Even now, the evil deeds of what you've done germinate within you.
Oh my god.
Oh no. I was gonna have a fun day. And I took a nap, and every single time I take a nap, some horrible shit happens. Like every fucking time. Every time. Every time I do like a nap. Literally, I woke up from a nap, and January 6th was happening. Like I'm not allowed to have naps. It's like I go to sleep and then I wake up into an alternate, even more hellscape of what I fell asleep in, you know? I just get transported to the even worse timeline every time. Every time. So, yeah, I was gonna have a fun day. I was gonna have a fun day and just go over some goofy stuff. Like one serious thing and then some goofy stuff. But, yeah. Prepare for the balkanization of America, everyone. It's gonna be great. I hope you're in a blue state. I really hope you're in a blue state. That's gonna... It's not good. It is not good. Okay, there you go. It's a little off. All right. Yep. Shit has hit the fan. Yeah, let's just get into it, I guess. Hi. Yep, fuck is right. Fuck is right. Fuck is right. Let's just get into it, I guess. Let's just get right on into the news.
This is an ABC News special report.
Good morning. I'm Wade Johnson in New York. We're coming on the air because the Supreme Court has just released a potential landmark decision impacting the future of birthright citizenship in the U.S. The justices were asked to roll back nationwide injunctions against the president's attempt to redefine the 14th Amendment, which states that anyone born in the U.S. is automatically a U.S. citizen, regardless of their parents' citizenship status. It's been in place for more than 150 years. But now, in a 6-3 split, the conservative majority ruled that President Trump can move forward with implementing his birthright citizenship change, except for those who brought the case, the 22 states and a group of pregnant immigrant women who brought that case. So it's not directly getting at the 14th Amendment here, but this will have a nationwide impact. Let's go ahead and bring in our Devin Dwyer, ABC's senior Washington reporter.
Yeah. So pretty much is up to the 14th Amendment is up to debate. If you don't know the actual wording of the 14th Amendment, I have it right here. Look at that. Constitution noted. This is the government website, .gov. Wow, congress.gov. So the 14th Amendment, Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state within they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abide the privileges or what do you want? Sorry, I got distracted. The privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, and the pursuit of life, liberty, and property, without the due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the law. So, like, they're already dunking all over this with ICE, right? You know, deporting people without any due process. This is literally in the Constitution. Like, how, without due process, how do you show that you are a citizen in the first place? You know, like, how do you prove that? Like, the court of law is like the due process in which you like prove that you are a citizen, so they can't deport you in the first place. So if you don't allow that, if you give the freedom of like saying, oh, the state gets to label you as an immigrant or like an illegal alien, and then they get to deport you. Then the state said it. The state said it. It's final. You don't have to prove it in court of law. There's no due process. The state said it. The state gets to be judge, jury, and executioner in this situation. You know, so like they're already like. MAGA really hates the Constitution. MAGA really hates this country and everything that it stands on and everything that makes it great. They hate liberty. They hate justice. They hate all of it. They are a death cult just wanting to hurt groups that they have been scapegoated to believe are the actual problem when there is an actual problem, and that is corporations and billionaires and greed and the wealth distribution from the middle class, the lower class, up to the 1%. You know, that's the real issue, the lacking of safety nets. But no, this is the big issue, right? So not only is he gonna get away with doing deportations with no due process now, if it's a red state, but because it's like state by state at this point. This is why I said balkanization. Like each state gets to choose who's a citizen and who's not a citizen. Without this being the thing anymore, for now, yeah, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really, really bad. So yeah, if you're born on the soil, you're not a citizen anymore. Dual citizenship? Nope. Nope. Born here? Nope. So how do we decide who's a citizen now? Well, there's going to be executive orders written by Donald Trump, and he's going to get to decide who gets to be a citizen now. But luckily for us, blue states and red states can all disagree on those executive orders and fight them in the courts. So we have that at least. But we all know who's going to bend the knee to the dictator. The person who literally said that he wanted to be like Kim Jong-un, where everyone's like stand up and ovate, like stand up straight and like applaud him and worship him, you know? He gets along with dictators for a reason. So let's continue this.
Who's been following the Supreme Court on this. Devin, it's not as straightforward as I think a lot of people were perhaps expecting or hoping to hear. So break down what this actually means.
Well, this was a big surprise, Whit, and this is coming from the...
Is my mic quiet now? Is it better now? Let me make sure. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. So I just listened to it. Yeah. There's a big lag. There's a big lag in the stream. I should be louder now. I've been having this issue with like my setup. I just played it from my phone and it's pretty loud. Like I'm hitting yellow. I'm hitting yellow right now. Should I just go? Because if I go all the way up, I'll be like crazy loud, and then you'll be able to hear the my AC running. Hear that womp, womp, womp. Yeah, but I'm like really loud now, ain't I? I'm like maxing out the volume at this point. So it's like a balance act of like, oh, don't allow the AC. But yeah, no. Getting back to me going to take a nap and waking up in a worse America.
The youngest conservative justice on the Supreme Court, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, 6-3, as you said, in a big win for Donald Trump, saying he can move forward with that executive order that he issued on day one, changing the definition of citizenship in this country. Practically speaking, it means the president can, in the next 30 days, begin to develop guidelines for how he would implement that. It does not mean, however, Whit, that this executive order is free from future legal challenge. Legal cases in 3 different districts will continue on the merits. The Supreme Court, in oral argument in this matter, did signal that it was skeptical that it could stand up to legal muster. But at this point, the court is really weighing in on the ability of individual judges in districts around the country to block a president's action nationwide. And what Justice Barrett said today is that an individual federal court judge does not have that authority to broadly block a president. The judge, he or she, can block an individual while a case is being litigated, and in this case that was upheld. So, you know, this order as it's implemented cannot apply to those 22 states. It's going to be messy. It cannot apply to those particular pregnant women that are challenging this. But elsewhere in the country, and at the very least in the planning stages, the president can move forward, and that is a significant and surprising win for him. With
it sure is. Devin Dwyer, thank you. Please stand by for a moment because I think it's worth going back to the language here in the 14th Amendment. Again, ratified after the Civil War, which states that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Of course, the Trump administration trying to make changes to that. That's what triggered these series of lawsuits and then ended back at the Supreme Court. Let's bring in our ABC News legal contributor, Sarah Isgur, because Sarah, many are going to be asking now, where does the process go from here in getting back to the root of that question in the 14th Amendment?
Right. This was only about whether the district judge could enjoin the enforcement of that nationwide. What we'll now see is the actual question of what the 14th Amendment means, whether a president acting alone without Congress, without an amendment to the Constitution, can change our understanding of how we've implemented that for the last 150 years. That question will go back to the Supreme Court. Amy Coney Barrett, in her majority opinion, making clear this decision has nothing to do with the merits of that legal question. The Supreme Court can prevent enforcement of that executive order nationwide. I expect we'll hear more about the merits of that question in the fall. As you
it's literally a 6-3. Like, it's literally all the Republicans sided on this. And I think it's just like, oh, well, we have no say anyway because he's ignoring our 9-0 ruling that Trump has to bring. They ignored that ruling for so long, you know? Like, the Trump administration is just doing whatever it wants to do. They already screwed themselves over by saying, like, oh, anything that happened, any action a president makes is unaccountable for, you know? Like, they already screwed themselves over by making that law. Like, they made themselves pretty much almost obsolete, especially by, like, this is only the first year. We have 3 more years of this, guys. Guys, we have 3 more years of this, and this is just the first year. They're really pulling the stops of, like, throw as much crap at the news outlet as you possibly can to overdo it, so like a bunch of things slip through it, right? They're just like going ham sandwich. Obviously this wouldn't slip, but like what else have they done? There is another thing that they did today that's not getting as much attention, which I'll cover after this, but like, yeah, this is just this nation is falling apart. Like a civil, like our society cannot survive without these checks and balances. Like everything that made America a free country is being ripped to shreds, and half of the country is cheering it on, like the sociopathic freaks that they are. Whoop, didn't mean to do that.
Reddit, the real legal question is on what subject to the jurisdiction thereof means. Is someone who is in the country unlawfully subject to the laws of our country, like a diplomat would not be subject to the laws? At the time of the 14th Amendment, someone who belonged on tribal lands was not subject to our laws. So that's the question that the justices will now have to look at in the fall.
Sarah, thank you. I want to go back to Devin Dwyer. Devin, we're getting...
Which is psychotic. Which is, like, the laws of the land should apply to everyone. The laws of the land should be equal and apply to everyone within that land. Visitor, illegally or legally, whatever class you're in, whatever position in government you have, they should all apply equally. This is ridiculous. We have special laws for people that don't have like a citizenship, and how do you prove your citizenship at this point? Who's considered a citizen?
More on the dissent. Of course, again, as we pointed out, this was a 6-3 majority decision. So what are we hearing from the liberal justices on the court?
This one did break along ideological lines, Whit, and Justice Sonia Sotomayor, we are told, is taking the rare step of reading her dissent aloud in the chamber behind me right now. And she has said in her written opinion that this is a gross...
Ghouls, they hate you. They want you dead. These people, evil. Every single one of them, especially this one. This one assaults women and is drunk and likes to drink beer. But all of them, ghouls. All of them. Every single one.
Mistake by the Supreme Court. In her words, she warns that no right is safe now in this country. She had hypothesized that if a president in the future, say a Democratic president, decided to issue an order seizing everyone's guns in this country, in her view, that would be lawful until it was struck down by the Supreme Court, that an injunction by a federal judge would not have effect. So a pretty striking statement by the senior liberal. She says that this is really going to upset the apple cart in a whole bunch of cases right now around the country. And we should point out, Whit, that the implications of this decision are going to be quite significant and take some time to figure out. The court today in saying that individual judges cannot block a president's policy nationwide will apply to lots of other cases involving Donald Trump, from some of his immigration policies to some of those freezes on federal funding to mass layoffs at federal agencies. Judges have blocked those things on a universal basis, and some of those orders may now need to be rolled back or eliminated with.
And as you,
which is insane. The reason we have 3 branches of government is because we, as the founding fathers, decided we did not want a king. What all these policies are leading up to is having a dictator and or king, having someone that has so much power that every other branch is like void. There's no purpose of even having them, because like it doesn't matter what any of the other branches say or do. At the end of the day, it's whatever the king says or queen. You know, it's whatever dictator we have at the time. They are completely in control of the land. And these are the people that are like, oh, I'm a patriot. I love this country. And they're freaking doing everything they can to destroy the country. They don't think about the outcomes of these things. They don't think about like the policies or like what the end goal of all this will be. It's a lot like the reason I like I've been playing Helldivers, and I'm going to play it later on tonight. But like it's literally that. Like Helldivers, they talk about, oh, for democracy, for freedom, for all these things. But like these words don't mean anything anymore. It's just a buzzword to show how like proud you are of your nation. It's like nationalism. There's no meaning behind any of these terminologies when they come from the right. They don't even know what these things mean. I've seen so many interviews of Trump supporters being asked, like, what is due process? They don't even know what the frick due process is. We are so uneducated as a nation. We are so stupid and easily pulled along like sheep, like little sheep. It's crazy. Like I'm not like this super intelligent. I'm a freaking idiot myself, but at least I do the due diligence of like educating myself on like these things because it matters. I don't want the state to be able to say, hey, yeah, you're not actually a citizen, or like a police officer to pull me over and like abuse my rights without knowing what they are, you know? But no. Anything for Daddy Donnie. Anything for Daddy Donnie.
pointed out, implementing all of this will be really complicated in the coming days. I do want to go to our chief political correspondent, Rachel Scott, who's joining us now from the White House. And Rachel, just for perspective, from the White House here, I want to go to this quote from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. This was back in February when she was explaining this. She said the administration believes that birthright citizenship is unconstitutional. So that's really at the heart of all of this.
Yeah. I could look it up right now. They said it was unconstitutional that it was birthright citizenship. I already showed it. This is literally the 14th Amendment, Section 1. It talks about birthright citizenship in the Constitution, in the 14th Amendment. That's how evil these people are. They will lie to you. They will lie to you, tell you you don't have rights that you do have, and then remove those rights. And when the Republicans, the Republican sycophants and their talking heads will just repeat the lie, repeat the lie, repeat the lie, repeat the lie until their stupid freaking sheep followers start believing it. And then when they remove the law out of the Constitution, it won't click in their stupid, fragile, scared, hateful, bigoted, loser-ass minds. It won't even click that, like, wait a minute, didn't you guys say this was not constitutional? Why are you? If the Republican Party is the party of Lincoln, then why are you removing Lincoln's laws? Seems kind of like a southern action right there, you know. Seems kind of like what those Democrats back then would have done. It's like everything is just so like backwards when you have the view of a Republican in the world, you know. Everything is just upside down world.
It is at the heart of all of this, and this is something that the president campaigned on. It was once considered this sort of fringe theory years ago. It's something that President Donald Trump campaigned on and that the Republican Party has embraced. We have not heard directly yet from the administration or from the president himself on this, but I could tell you I can imagine they're going to be very satisfied by what they are hearing in this news from the Supreme Court, because for them, this is, of course, much broader than just this issue of birthright citizenship. This administration and the president's top officials have long argued that these district court judges have too much power, that they should not be allowed to block things that the president campaigned on, that they believe the American people elected him to do and to carry out. And birthright citizenship is one of those things, but also, as Devin did mention there are a series of other things that have been challenged and blocked by some of these lower court judges when it comes to the president's other immigration policies, even some of these freezes that we have seen within the federal government. And so the question now, and what this administration will be looking at, is how broad can this go potentially? Does that mean that some of those other issues will now have to be rolled back? But when we're talking about on the constitutionality of birthright citizenship, we know that is something that, of course, will continue to come up and could very well find itself in front of the Supreme Court again. And while the administration feels firm about this, as you just read from the press secretary right there, they do feel good about their legal standing on the issue of the constitutionality of birthright citizenship. You did hear from some of the conservative justices on the bench during these oral arguments, including Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who was skeptical of just how exactly that could go into effect, raising some concerns about it. But again, this was not necessarily on the merits of that issue, at least for now, Whit.
Yeah, that's the thing, the long-term path.
Yeah. So anyone that was like, oh, Trump doesn't agree with Project 2025, this is literally something within Project 2025. I just want to point that one out too. This is like everything he's done has been Project 2025 so far. Like all of the laws and the criticism of like, oh, this was a mandate. He won. He didn't win with a mandate. It wasn't a landslide. It was a pretty close race. It was closer than it was as close as like Hillary Clinton. It was like pretty close. There was not a mandate. There wouldn't be so many people out on the streets protesting him if it was a mandate. There wouldn't be so many conservatives that have realized, oh, wait, I'm an idiot. I didn't vote for this. Yeah, you did. He said it, you know. There's no mandate. People didn't want this. Republicans don't even know what they want. They just like nod their head along to the guy wearing the elephant pin. They just nod along like, yeah. And like the lower courts being able to block rulings of like the president is literally the three branches of government. That's the checks and balances that are necessary so we don't have a freaking dictator. So if you target that, you are literally advocating for a dictator. You are advocating for one person that's at the head of the government being able to do whatever they want to do with no checks and balances of any court saying like, hey, these things you're doing are unconstitutional. If you advocate and you support any of this, you're unconstitutional, you're un-American, you're anti-American, and you are an enemy. You are an enemy to everything this country was founded on and is currently.
Still a lot of questions and unknown. Rachel Scott for us, thank you. I want to bring in ABC's Maria Villarreal joining us now from Dallas. Maria, I know you've been speaking with immigration attorneys and advocates. This is going to leave a lot of families in limbo.
You know, Whit, at this point, immigration attorneys are saying, listen, this feels like we are splitting the baby. And obviously, we're talking about the merits of, universal injunctions, not necessarily the merits of the case when it comes to birthright citizenship. That being said, most people out there don't really understand the difference between these two. And so this could create a lot of fear in immigrant communities. And that's what they're most concerned about, is the ripple effect, the potential here. Because no doubt the administration is going to see this as a win for them. It's going to push them to move forward, not just on immigration, but other big issues as well. And really, try to get to the community and saying, listen, this is a win for us and a loss for you guys. So you might as well just go ahead and fall in line. Nonprofit organizations right now are trying to get the word out, trying to educate people in these immigrant communities that this is not an absolute loss for them, especially when it has to do with birthright citizenship. But their big concern is if communities feel like this is a loss, we might see more protesting. We might see more issues within these communities because it is creating fear.
Maria Villarreal for us and our entire team, thank you. Once again, in a 6-3 split decision, the conservative majority ruling that President Trump can move forward in implementing his birthright citizenship change. However, questions still remain about the 14th Amendment and what that could mean in terms of the constitutionality going forward. So we'll.
All right, let's listen to the orange turd himself. Let's listen from him and see like his response and his language and rhetoric.
I just might add one thing, and they used birthright citizenship, some of the worst people, some of the cartels, to get people into our country, just so you know. And again, I say, if you look at the end of the
immediately like making excuses of why you shouldn't have rights because these bad people have these rights. These bad people. They're in a gang. These bad people were a citizen because of it. You shouldn't have it. Like this is the way a dictator or any fascistic organization, this is literally how the Nazis got in charge. Yeah. They made fear out of people. They had a group of people. They made remarks like this about that group of people to justify removing rights for everyone in the country. If you allow the removal of rights from another community within your country, that's going to affect you too. That's going to be able to be used against you too. First, they came for the immigrants, and I did not say anything because I was not an immigrant. Then they came for the trans, and I did not say anything because I'm not trans. And then they came for the women, and I did not say anything because I'm not a woman. And then they came for non-Christians, and I did not say anything because I was a Christian. It's just like, are you the right kind of Christian? It will affect you too. Eventually, it's going to affect you too. It already is affecting you. You just can't see it because it's affecting you systemically. Things are getting more expensive. Jobs are being shut down. Construction is being brought to a halt. Oh my goodness.
The Civil War, the 1800s, it was a very turbulent time. If you take the end day, was it 1869 or whatever, but you take that exact day, that's when the case was filed. And the case ended shortly thereafter. This had to do with the babies of slaves.
No, it didn't.
Very obviously. And I think...
No, it didn't. It did not have to do with the babies of slaves. If I'm pretty sure they would have wrote specifically, it says all persons born in or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. I'm pretty sure if it was specifically about slave babies, they would have wrote that. You can't believe a single word that's coming out because this also positively affected the Native American tribes. That's why I'm not going to go into detail about it, but there's tribes that are pushing back against this as well. This was positive for Native people, anyone that wasn't a white Anglo-Saxon type, This is how I became a citizen. This is how my family became citizens. We're not born, we're immigrants ourselves. Everyone watching this, unless you're 100% Native American, you're not You're not native from here. You immigrated. Your family immigrated. We are a nation of immigrants. And they want to make you afraid of other people that did the thing that our families did. It's hypocritical. And the crazy thing is, my family was targeted with this when we came over too. The signs, whenever my family came over, because of the potato famine, said no Jews, no N-words, or no Irish. This affected my family as well. I am Irish. Specifically, they typically said Irish dogs. But yeah. Or even potato N-words. This has affected any group of people that are trying to come to America throughout history. And you are just repeating the bull crap. So losers like this, Nepo baby losers like this, DEI loser billionaires that were born into wealth, did bankruptcy after bankruptcy after business fail after business fail. Losers like this can be in charge and feed their ego even more. And you take it hook, line, and sinker. Best way to conquer people, make them fight amongst each other.
We're going to win. People didn't, I don't think they went about discussing it right. I came along and we looked and we said, wait a minute, this is wrong. We've been looking at birthright citizenship wrong for years, but they've used it. The cartels have used birthright citizenship to get very bad people in. And what Pam's doing and what Todd and everybody else, what they're doing at DOJ and all over, FBI, ICE, Border Patrol, these are incredible people. They're trying to keep our country safe, and they don't want...
Ripping apart families, ripping babies out of mother's arms. They luckily, they haven't fully deported her yet, but a woman gave birth, and immediately after giving birth, let's see if I can find that article. Like, these people are ghouls. They hate family. They hate humanity. They hate you and me. None of his policies are actually going to make our lives any better. His tax cuts, if you have been financially struggling since he got in office and you want to blame taxes, that's his tax cuts. And by tax cuts, he gave himself and billionaires a tax cut and temporarily gave us a tax cut. It went higher after so many years to balance out the tax cuts he gave himself and his billionaire friends. So where's it at? Where you at? Go to the news. Pregnant U.S. citizen went to hospital after immigration agents detained her.
Arrest Sunday at Hawthorne and
they had us all like surrounded.
Carrie Lopez talking to us from her hospital bed after agents released her and sent her home, she says, following this arrest Sunday at Hawthorne and 120th, caught on video.
I had lost my balance.
She lost her baby. I'm pretty sure she lost her baby. But this is a U.S. citizen. But they don't need an arrest warrant anymore. They can just come to you and, like, grab you. They don't need a warrant. They don't ever show a warrant. This is a police state. All the right-winger conspiracy nut jobs are like, oh, the Democrats are trying to make a police state to come take my guns. We're in the police state now. They don't need a warrant. He has a Gestapo. If you look not American enough to them, if you look a certain way, they will just grab you. And once all those people are gone, do you think it's going to end with those people? Do you think it's just going to end with them?
I want to have people come in. This is just another way that they get illegal immigrants into our country, and in some cases, very, very bad ones. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
On your tax bill, if I could for a moment, senators are racing to rewrite parts of it right now after the Senate parliamentarian ruled that sections of it were outside of the process that they're using to get this through. Do you think that senators should respect the decisions of the parliamentarian? And what have you personally done in the last 48 hours to try and get Republican senators who are against the bill to a yes?
Well, look, it's a great bill. It's a massive tax cut. If
For
it's
himself.
not approved,
Whenever you hear him talking about how great something is and how like it's wonderful it is, think he's not talking about for the working class. He's talking about for him and his billionaire friends. With that context in mind, oh, it's a great bill. It's a wonderful big bill. And every single time he does these speeches, he's typically in front of like millionaire, billionaire, corporate class people. He hates you. He doesn't care about you. No, actually, he doesn't even hate you. He just is indifferent. He doesn't care. He will stomp over everyone that that voted for him. He will stomp them into the ground for any more, like an ounce of more power and wealth. He doesn't care. He's had to backtrack on so many things because his popularity is in the gutter. And then he lies about things, which we'll also get into. Maybe, probably Monday. Probably Monday. Because, like, I want to get some more investigation going before I come to a conclusion on the whole Iran thing. But I was going to cover that today, too. But look, whoa, nothing ever happened, bros. Stock is in the gutter.
your taxes will go up by 68%. Think of that, 68, a record, the highest in the history. The Democrats won't approve it only because politically it's so good for the Republicans. The Democrats aren't approving it. But
if this is so, if you're making if you're making less than $2,000 a month, do you really think having 60% of your taxes back is going to benefit you? No. What the problem with economics in America right now is that corporations are socializing the cost while privatizing the profits. So they get tax breaks, they get government funding, so they don't have to put much money into their product or industry or anything like that. For example, Elon's rocket, SpaceX thing, it's all funded by tax dollars pretty much. So like it's socialism for me but not for thee. The state is for the corporate class, for the billionaires, for the millionaires, corporations, all these just the corporations are for them and not the people. I mean the government's for them and not the people. It just so like, and people just take it hook, line, and sinker. It breaks my brain. Like I'm an idiot. I'm not that smart. I'm not any savant over here. But like, how do you possibly think that any of this is actually going to benefit you materially in the world? Like if you're like the majority of people can't even, like 60% of Americans can't even like take a $300 emergency on the chin. How do you think getting an extra $100 back every paycheck is going to actually going to help you? While corporations have record-breaking profits consistently, one after another, no matter what, off of like things that are necessities to human beings: electricity, housing, food, water, education, healthcare, all those things, line just keeps on going up. Wages don't follow it. Not even close. How do you think a tax break for you is going to actually benefit you? It's going to benefit the people at top because they get to make even more money. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't actually benefit them at the top because they're miserable too. They're detached from society. Like any millionaire or billionaire you look at, they're like a sociopath. They're psychotic. And I don't think it's because like, oh, sociopaths are able to become millionaires. I think being detached from society the way that they are with that much wealth, I think leads to sociopathy, right? It's not like they're born like that. It's the class position that they hold that makes them that way. It just it's just so hard. It just hell world. This is why I'm the doomer. I wanted to cover like happy fun stuff today. I wanted to have a good day, but no. I took a nap. And it was a good nap. I cuddled. It was great. And then I woke up in hell.
Think of what they're not approving. They're not approving border security. We've done a great job at the border, but we have to add some wall. We have to do, various things. We have no money for that. We have no money for the border. We have no money for so many things. But if the Democrats...
We just increased what? We just increased government spending by truly... What? What? Our military is... What? Maybe allocate some of the military fund. Maybe we don't, like, let Lockheed Martin get all the government funding anymore, and we, like, put it towards social services. Like, what's the point of having a strong army and military if there's nothing to defend because, like, this place is rotting to death on the inside out? What is there to defend in America? Our freedoms? No, this guy's tearing it apart. A life worth living for the majority of citizens within it? No, the majority of people are working multiple jobs, living paycheck to paycheck. What is there worth defending here? Why are we putting so much money into our military when there's nothing worth defending? Especially after the 4 years he's going to be in office. Because if it keeps on going the way it's going, all the freedoms that, like, these fake-ass, loser-ass, brainwashed nationalist patriots want to say we have will be gone. They're just all going to be gone. Bodily autonomy? Nope. Freedom of religion? Nope. Being a citizen? Being considered a citizen? That's on the table. What is there to defend? We have no money? We're the wealthiest nation on the freaking planet. What do you mean? We have no money. Maybe if you actually did your job and, like, was a decent president that didn't have to be a dictator to get anything done, you could, like, work out a deal so it could pass in the legal ways that it should within Congress with a budget, right? Biden wanted to make the border bill. He didn't want it to happen because it would be a big L on his part. He doesn't care about these things. He'll just say whatever you stupid MAGA hats, you maggots, want to hear. It's so... I'm tired. I'm just really, really tired at this point. It's time to wake up. It's really time to wake up.
Democrats, and it'll be interesting to see if we get any Democrat votes. We should. If I were a Democrat, I would absolutely, maybe Fetterman, because he seems to be the most sensible one lately. If I were a Democrat, I would
brain
vote for this
damaged
bill all
one
day long because it's tax cut.
Oh, I thought he was a socialist and he was evil, but then he had a stroke and he literally said, "My stroke made me more conservative." The one with the stroke guy, yeah, he's the good one. Oh no.
And so many other things that are common sense. They're basic things. I think they're doing fine. The parliamentarian's been a little difficult, and I would say that I disagree with the parliamentarian on some things, and on other ways he's been fine. But we'll have to see. It's a big issue. I will tell you this: if that bill doesn't pass, the country will get a 68% tax increase. So think of this. You're a Democrat and you vote against it. That means you're voting in favor, because essentially you're voting in favor of the largest tax hike in the history of our country.
They're not voting. Why are they not voting for it? Why are they not voting for it? Is it because you're about to gut social safety nets? You're going to remove a bunch of people off of healthcare? You're going to remove a bunch of vets from their benefits? Why are they not supporting it? Is it just because they're evil, stupid dum-dums that don't like you? Are they just, do they just have Trump the Winkman syndrome? Is that it? No. No. No.
And you can't do that. In addition, we're cutting costs by $1.7 trillion, and it won't affect anybody. It's just fraud, waste, and abuse.
What he's calling for fraud, waste, and abuse is literally what I just said. Healthcare, safety nets, unemployment, any sort, like, yeah, no. He thinks, like, this is one of the buzzwords. And then his sheep following nods along. They're like, oh, I heard the words fraud, waste, and abuse. Those are the good words. Those are the good words. We're trying to get rid of that.
Mr. President, a leading global economist just did a 180 and says your tariff plan, you may have outsmarted everybody with it. What is your message?
The glazing.
I love this. I love this question. This is the favorite. This is the best question.
He
I've
loves
ever been asked,
glazing.
because I've been going through abuse for years on this.
But Mr.
Because
You
as
cucked
know,
out
we're
of it.
taking in hundreds of billions of dollars.
Before FDR became president, Republicans tried to do this. Republicans tried to do tariffs. It crashed the economy even worse. It put us even further into the Great Depression. Like, we've already tried this, bro. It doesn't work. FDR policies is what worked. If you have like a strong tie to like greater times of the 50s and the 60s and when America was like really good, instead of focusing on like the imaginary conservative social life, maybe you look at the economic policies and the tax policies back then, right? The glazing. This is why he attacks people that give him the hard-hitting questions, because he's a child. He's a narcissistic little baby that can't handle any pushback whatsoever. Was born with a golden spoon up his ass. He's a freaking toddler. He can't handle it. But like the glazing, oh, I love this question. You're the good news. You're the good news. Glaze me harder. Glaze your daddy Donnie harder.
No inflation whatsoever.
But Mr. President, what is your message to critics who think your tariff plan will cause a recession?
I think they should go back to business school. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. I mean, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars from China and a lot of other countries.
China?
We took in...
You pussied out. What do you mean? You bitched out. They were like, yeah, no, we'll just keep on going. Like, we don't have to trade with you. We'll trade with other people. We don't need you. They were gonna stop doing any shipments whatsoever, and the shipments that were already en route, they just dumped all the material, so they didn't have to deal with any of it. Yeah, no, yeah. This is why, like, this is an authoritarian move as well. Like, you demonize any legitimate like news sources that hold you accountable, and you're like, oh, that's fake news, and then there's stupid sheep nod along again. Yeah. It's so pathetic.
I had a call from somebody in the House and a high official. Sir, we have a problem. We don't know what to do. The books are a mess. I said, what do you mean by the books? The books, the money coming in. It's so terrible. I figured, oh boy, what's this? I don't like this question. I said, so what seems? There's so much money coming in, and there must be some kind of an accounting mistake, because we have hundreds of billions of dollars more money than we thought. I said, do me a favor, go check Call me back. You have to call me back. Check the tariff column.
All
Calls
lies.
me back 2 hours later, says, you're right. We took in $88
All
billion
lies.
in tariffs. They have so much money coming in.
All lies.
But more important than the money
Bullshit.
coming in, we have companies coming in, factories coming in,
Where? You shut down all the... How do factory... Oh my gosh. If you believe this, you don't know anything about economics, you don't know anything about business, you don't know anything about policy or government or nothing. You just like are nodding along to a jackass on stage lying to your face. Like there were a bunch of businesses that were going to come in under Biden because of the CHIPS Act and the policies he's pushed for like other businesses and factories to be built. The businesses that were going to be built in Detroit, the factories there, are all shut down under Trump because he canceled it. He shut down all the policies. He could have just like sat there and allowed those policies to go through and take credit for it. But he's too stupid and vindictive to allow that to happen. What businesses are coming in? Where? I'm looking everywhere. Where?
plants being built. AI is being built here instead of being built all over Europe and Asia. We have all of it.
Oh, you mean like Elon Musk? Oh, he means Elon Musk down in Texas poisoning the neighbors with methane engines. He's talking about Elon Musk making AI and poisoning people in Texas with methane engines. Yeah. Yep. What is this how does AI benefit any of us? What, like, where's the job opportunity for AI? I don't see it. Like 30, 40 people that are tech bros that work under Elon Musk. Wow, thanks.
We have over $15 trillion, just about, Scott. I think we're right about that number. We went to Saudi Arabia. We went to Qatar. We went to UAE. Very smart people, very smart leaders, great leaders. And we took in $5.1 trillion just there. Without the tariffs, I mean, they also liked a thing called November 5th, November 6th, and November 7th. That was a very good little period of time. It's called the presidential election. You know, you used to have one-day election. Now you have it go over it. But even if you just took that little period, because it was pretty obvious it was going to be a landslide. And they like that. But
crazy
they
it wasn't.
The tariffs. I had Texas Instruments come in the other day, big company, and he said, we're putting in $60 billion into new plants and new equipment, new everything. Sir, you're going to keep the tariffs, aren't you? Because if I ever took the tariffs off, and we are going to absolutely
yapping
keep
about at this point.
They're worried that somebody that, like this communist from New York, someday gets elected. I can't believe that's...
We're going to talk about Zohran soon. Oh, no. After this, we're going to talk about Zohran. Yeah, no. Zohran has pissed off all of the right people. He has made everyone in the Democratic Party and... everyone in the Republican Party and the worst people in the Democratic Party very angry and very upset. The corporate ghouls, the billionaire shills, they are very upsketty.
Happening. That's a terrible thing for our country, by the way. He's a communist. We're going to go to a communist. That's so bad for New York, but the rest of the country is revolting against it. But if somebody got elected, they're afraid that if this was taken off, well, we're going to guarantee it's never going to be taken off. And again, we're taking in think of this, hundreds of billions of dollars. And they were all confused because they've never seen this before. You know, it's always the other way. We don't have enough money. So much money is coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen. But most importantly, we have factories being built,
He just says the same shit. I can't watch this anymore. Like, how we're supposed to be talking about the Supreme Court ruling, and he's talking like, what is this? Okay, we're done. Yeah, no, the country. I think we're screwed once again. It was literally constitutional law. They said it wasn't constitutional law. Then they revoked it by ideological means, not by constitutional means, not by actually looking at the laws, but by like if you don't allow people to become like, what's going on at this point, right? Right here, 14th Amendment. If you've never read the Constitution, you should start reading the Constitution right now. You should honestly, you should end watching me go read the Constitution and then get back to me. Like, you should read the Constitution. It's important. All right. Oh, we have something else about the Supreme Court that we have to cover first before we can get into the Zohran Mandami thing, though. Another thing that was ruled was so parents can remove their child from class if there's anything LGBTQ related in any of the academia. So, like, if it's a book that talks about, like, a gay person, or if it's sex ed, they can remove them from the class. So the parent can just, like, say, hey, yeah, no, you're not allowed to have education. You're not allowed to know reality. Once again, like, what groups of people in the past burnt books? Not the good guys, I can tell you that. Not the good guys.
Let me bring in Sarah Kate Ellis, who is president and CEO of GLAAD. It's good to have you here again. Your reaction to this ruling?
Yeah, I think your correspondent nailed it, that Justice Sotomayor really laid out what slippery slope this leads to. And this is about catering to a very small minority of parents at the expense of taxpayers. The school board approved these books, the will of the voters. It's very undemocratic, it's un-American, and it targets LGBTQ people specifically.
Justice.
Let's see. Uncle Bobby's Wedding, Pride Puppy, Love Violet, Born Ready, My Rainbow, Intersection Allies. This is what they're angry about. This is literally what they're angry about. Caring about others, having empathy towards others, and being respectful towards others is what this battle is about. If you don't know, and this hurts LGBTQ kids. I was LGBTQ as a child. I did not get represented. I felt like I couldn't be myself out in public because it was normalized. When I was in school, saying the F slur or, like, gay as a pejorative was normal. I don't know how it is now. I think the Zoomers are a little bit more woke, and Gen Alpha is a little bit more woke. But yeah, like, even the thought or, like, push towards someone being effeminate a little bit, you'd get bullied for, right? So this just, like, increases reasons to bully classmates. This makes it so people don't have language or understanding of why they feel the way they feel. If they live in a strict household that doesn't give these kind of knowledge, like, it's just reality. Like, gay people exist, trans people exist. It doesn't matter who you love. If it's two consenting adults, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But, like, they want to make, like, the parents, the children that have two dads or two moms, or a trans parent, now they feel weird and gross because everyone at school has more of an opportunity to say that they're weird and gross because their parent is LGBTQ. You know, this affects cis people too, because, like, at the end of the day, this boils down to is, like, misogyny. Like, at the end of the day, all of this boils down, like, transphobia, homophobia. You're a man. Why are you adapting? Why are you subscribing to these feminine behaviors? That makes you lesser. That makes you a target. Don't you know that? Like, it shouldn't be that way. I don't really give a crap about like masculine or feminine. Like, these are subjective labels. These are subjective categories that have changed over time and will always change. If you go to a different country, what's considered masculine there is different than what is considered masculine here. There's other countries and older countries, older groups of people than America or the Western world in general that have had multiple genders, that have had multiple understandings of like what it is to be like the Romans, they thought small peckers were like super masculine. No, it was the Greeks. The Greeks were like super gay. The Romans were super gay up until the end where Christianity took over. But still, they were still pretty gay, you know? Like, this has always existed. And it will never not exist. You can shove people in the closet, you can imprison them, you can kill them, but as long as people are born, there's going to still be more queer people that are born in the future. The only thing that will end it is like the end of humanity. You're literally fighting nature at this point.
Alito wrote in his opinion that this case violated the family's religious rights because, quote, they substantially interfere with the religious development of a child, and that carries with it precisely the kind of objective danger to the free exercise of religion that the First Amendment was designed to prevent. What's your response to that argument?
The First Amendment says separation of church and state. This, do we have to go here again? Let me go here again. Let's look up the First Amendment. Do 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 do. Here's like a simple little. Here we go. Here we go. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abiding the freedoms of speech or of the press or of the right of people to peacefully assemble and to petition the government for a redress of governance. Man, I'm dyslexic, and this right here is so hard for my eyes. I'm so glad we got away from this. Typically, like, we're going for more like the bold. That's the letters just dance around. Yeah, but right here, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. So, making it that schools have sex ed, and within that sex ed, there's also talks about like other sexualities, or having a book in the library isn't prohibiting your religion. There's no oppression of your religion. Having equal like having everyone be equally seen within society is not prohibiting the free exercise of it. These people think equality equals oppression. They're such snowflakes that they can't even live in a society with something that they disagree with. And this isn't anything crazy or bad. It's just the existence of people attracted to the same sex, or people that have different gender identities, or people with different gender expressions than what is normalized. There's nothing crazy or bad about any of this. You have to have like a psychotic detachment from reality, and like it's an unjustifiable position with the amount of evidence there is. You'd have to have a deity to believe it is justifiable, to be like this is a bad thing. There's no reason to, like, why are you getting so upset? Who's the snowflakes? You're literally crying oppression because people are treated equally and being seen in society equally? They're cowards. They're babies. They're losers.
My response is that the Supreme Court decided a long time ago that separate is not equal in the classroom, and now is prioritizing the rights of a small group to segregate LGBTQ families. We're in every school, in every classroom, in every community, in every workplace, and in every family. And so this is about pulling us out of that and using religion as a weapon to do that.
I want to play.
Yeah, it's literally like the first half of the shall not establish any law based on religion. Like literally, like this right here would be this whole ruling would be considered unconstitutional because it's based upon religious means. Why is it the Christians specifically? What if there's a religion that was like, oh, heterosexuality is against my religion, I think it's a sin. Can we ban any book now that has any mention of heterosexuals? Let's just burn all the books. Everyone has a disagreement with every single book, I bet. If it may be a bad book or spreads degeneracy or it has people or groups in it that you don't like or characters that you don't like. Let's just burn all the books. Make everyone happy. Just burn every book. Just burn them all. Just everyone get burnt. Every writing in the universe, just burn it all. Just burn it all. Make it fair. Burn everything.
For you, what some supporters of the decision had to say outside the court today.
This is a huge win for families, for children, and for parents.
What about queer families, queer children, and queer parents? Or parents of queer children? Is this a huge win for them? No. Fuck you.
This case is a huge indicator of how we're going to proceed as a nation, and
we're going to proceed as a nation. So, barring queer people from society, okay.
Regards to protecting the family and culture.
How is queer people existing and the knowledge of queer people existing harming families? There's queer families. This is what I mean by, like, they think equality is oppression. I'm pretty sure the thing that's harming families at this point is economic instability. I'm pretty sure working the majority of your time and not having enough for yourself would lead to a decision of, I can't really afford a child. I really can't afford to go out and meet people, to get into a relationship, to have a family. How is barring queer people from existing in schools helping a family? What a freaking snowflake. I hate these I hate these people because they hate me, you know? Their outcome, my outcome, they don't lose any rights. Their outcome, I get barred from society.
Cultivating the family and the rights that families have.
Children shouldn't be the ones having to make these decisions for themselves in the classroom. Parents should be involved.
No child is making any decision. It's just a book. No, what do you think? What the? Do you think it's like, they have to decide on their sexuality right then and there once they hear about it? Like, what? What does that even mean? They shouldn't have to make the decision. It's a book. Any book with a queer person in it is now barred because you want to bar queer people from society because you're a bigoted loser. They lash out. They cry as they lash out.
We want to be a respectful community. We want to make sure that there's room for everyone.
Not apparently not for queer people or queer kids or queer families or queer anything. We want to be a respectful community and room for everyone as they bar an entire community from society or advocate for it.
and that includes being able to opt out.
But what is the net
Oh my God.
effect, as you see it, of this decision? What does it mean for
What a
kids?
bunch of losers.
I have to respond to what I just saw because that totally devalues and disregards my family. My wife and I have 2 kids. They're 16 years old. When they
Exactly.
were little, 4, 5, their favorite book was Mommy and Mama because it was a picture book and it reflected their family. And they loved it so much that they used to fight over it. So we had to get 2 to reflect their family. That's all we're talking about. We are families too. And that comment and those comments say that we're not families. And that unravels who we are and devalues and puts us as second-class citizens in this country. And to me, that's a direct attack on freedom and equality in this country, the base of who we are.
Let me ask you more broadly, well, I guess actually more specifically on another topic about the issue of equality. Yesterday was the 10th anniversary of the landmark gay marriage ruling. I was covering the White House then. I have vivid memories of what happened there and the White House that night being lit up in rainbow colors. I wonder what the feeling is in the community now. Do you think that that is settled law?
Nope.
I think that this Supreme Court and this administration has taught us one thing, that nothing is settled and everything is up for grabs. And they're rewriting what America is supposed to be about and how progress in this country is supposed to move forward. And so I think that our community is very much focused on our marriages, focused on our trans community. This administration also is using trans people as scapegoats.
Yep.
I think when the White House in the press room was talking about these picture books, they were citing trans people. Most of these books are about gay and lesbian people. And so there's this real dog whistle going on, an attack on our community on every level. This past legislative session, there were over 600 anti-LGBTQ bills that were put forth. We just want to live our lives, contribute to society, whether we're lesbian, trans, gay, or bi. And I think that these folks are asking for carved out special rights just for them, which is something that they've always blamed our community for when we've just wanted equal rights. But I think marriage is on the table, and I think our community is very well aware of that.
Every accusation is a confession from these people. Every accusation is a confession from these people. They want to call us groomers. Who's really grooming? Is it grooming to be like, hey, so there's trans people that exist, and there's gay people, and there's LGBTQ, and there's LGBTQ people that exist. Is that grooming, or is it, oh, you're not even allowed to know something exists in society, and we're gonna control the information that you have, and we're going to force you to go to church every week, and we're going to enact our morality based upon this religion on you. And if you ever step out of line, we will disown you completely, and you will not be part of this family anymore. Which sounds more grooming? A classroom reading a book about with it just a gay character in it whatsoever? Or literally controlling a child's life so severely you take them out of class because there's something you disagree with in that classroom. Every accusation is a confession. Oh, we're being oppressed, while they completely bar us from society. Oh, they're grooming everybody, while they groom their children to be heterosexual. They will literally send their kids to conversion therapy camps so they can get tortured or abused until they believe that how they feel is fundamentally wrong. They will torture their own kids. This is still going on in America. It's just it's oh my gosh. I think we need a palate cleanser before we get into Zohran. I think I definitely need a palate cleanser. I definitely need some goofs and gaffs real quick. Yeah. It is really hard to sit here and watch people that are trying to oppress me claim that they are the victim. It's just really hard to do that, and it's happened my entire life. I've said this at the end of my last stream, but I literally, when I was a child, I believed in God. I was a Christian, and I don't know why, but I don't know why I was born like this, but ever since I can remember, I always saw myself growing up to be like my mom, not like my dad. And whenever that came to fruition that I wasn't going to do that, like naturally, that I was being forced into the position of my dad, I would pray at night for God to remove these wicked, evil thoughts or give me a body that I am comfortable in. Almost every night, I would pray. I tried to live the way that they want me to live for 22 years. For 22 years, I tried to live the way that they wanted me to. And it ended with me having a mental breakdown and trying to end my life. Luckily, I survived. And then I was like, well, you guys are all abusive monsters and not worth my time. I'd rather you abandon me. And I'll go find people that actually do love and respect me. And I found those people now. And I'm a lot happier than I was before. Maybe less so because of everything that's happening. Like, my happiness is from outside forces. I mean, my happiness is from within, and my negative mindset is from outside forces now. Before it was both. But at least I'm happy with myself now, right? Palette cleanser, palette cleanser. Let's have a palette cleanser, palette cleanser, palette cleanser. Give me a funny video. I wanna do a haha. Let's have a palette
People
cleanser.
who are
Yay. Shh, silence. That's not the right video. Palette cleanser, palette cleanser. We need a palette cleanser, palette cleanser, palette cleanser. Let's have a palette cleanser. All right. Someone on my Discord showed me this the other day, and I just thought it was hilarious. I do not condone China. I think China is pretty bad. I do not condone the LARP here, but I will laugh at the LARP. He loves his nation. What a legend. least cringe Maoist. It's the least cringe Maoist. Yeah, he studied the sports. Oh no. I love him. I love him so much. He's what New York needs. And the reason I show this is because did you know that New York is now communist? Communism has taken over not only communism, but Sharia law communism. Sharia law communism has taken over, guys. It's crazy. It's amazing. You see? Look, Sharia law. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene. This hits hard. So we're getting in Zohran Mandami. And the response from the liberals is corporate chill. Oh, you're not actually progressive, or oh, your economic policies are going to destroy New York. All of the corporations are going to flee all the corporations are going to flee the biggest economy in America. Don't you know? It's it's so stupid. Oh man. But yeah, so the liberals are like crying about that. Like, oh, they're socialist. They're gonna destroy us economically. And then Republicans they're just being Islamophobic. They're just being racist as fuck. So like, yeah. And it's really funny too because like Marjorie Taylor Greene and conservatives like her are literally the Christian version of Sharia law. They're the same thing. They're alt-right, ultra religious, like authoritarians, you know? They just want to do America version of Sharia law with Christianity, which is really funny to be like, "Oh, these people are bad because they like hate women and they hate gays and like why do you support a Muslim? Don't you know they hate gays?" I'm like the majority of people that I know that hate gays are Christian, you know? Christianity is the problem in this nation right now. I don't really give a fuck about Muslims. And most Muslims I know like are actually pretty fucking chill and they're okay with LGBTQ. To think like all Muslims have the same exact faith belief is psychotic and racist and Islamophobic, right? Like I know this gay furry this furry Islamist, like he's so progressive. Like he's as progressive as me pretty much, and he's chill as hell, you know? I know multiple people that follow Islam because there's different sects of it. Not this one yet. Okay. We imported this. Now we must wake up or else. So showing a photo of a bunch of people, like an entire crowd. He didn't win just from like brown people. He won in areas that he really shouldn't have won. Yeah, like American Muslims, the majority of American Muslims are more progressive than the majority of Christians in America. Like there are more progressive there's more progressive Muslims in America than there are like authoritarian ones, because they're the ones that will typically, like those groups typically will leave their country to our country because they're under attack. Oh yeah, we'll get back to Ruben, but yeah, literally showing a photo of like just this specifically in the crowd, and act as Thomas Jefferson would say about New York City electing a socialist Democrat mayor. That's so weird. But yeah, they're just being Islamophobic. Have you seen Zoran's wife? This is so stupid because like they're just being racist. Like all the Republicans are just being racist. And I'm not saying like every single Republican ever. I'm talking about the ones that matter, like the talking heads and the elected officials. This is what his wife looks like. This is what his wife looks like. Is she in that kind of dress? Is she wearing that? No. Look at this. She has god tier aura. She knows how to put together a fit. Like I don't even think there's a single photo of her in a hijab. I don't think I've seen a single one of her actually in a hijab. You know, they're just being racist because like they can't counter his they're scared and they can't counter his position because his economic policies will actually be decent. And he's only working, and he's actually for the people he's for the people, you know? So they can't really do anything other than like cry racism or repeat the same bullcrap lie of like, oh, corporations will leave the area if they increase the taxes. It's like, no, there's enough people. Like New York is literally the place where stocks are kept, you know? Like it's literally Wall Street is in New York. They're not gonna leave Wall Street. Stupid. Maybe if you try to pull this in like bumfuck nowhere, Kentucky, and there is a single factory, that factory might leave and go somewhere else or shut down. But this is New York we're talking about. They can get away with it in New York, definitely. But yeah, this one has so much aura. I freaking love this one. I love the aura. This is king and queen shit. This is amazing. The drip is on fire from both of them, you know? So so they're just being Islamophobic on the right. And they're even going as far as saying, this is libs of TikTok. U.S. Rep Andy Olgs just sent a letter to AG Pam Bondi calling for the deterioration and deportation of New York Democrat mayoral nominee Zohran Mandami. They're literally already trying to just say, oh yeah, you're getting out of the country. And he owns sites that Mandami may have concealed material in his support of terrorism when entering the New York. They're just making shit up. They're just lying. Oh, he's actually a terrorist because he's a Muslim, right? Because he's Arab. Because he's from the Middle East. Like his family's from the is that why he's a terrorist? Is that why he's a terrorist? I guess so. They're just being racist. They're just making shit up. And they already wanted to deport him, even though he's already a U.S. citizen. And what I said in the first half, no due process. They can just come and get him. They just come and get him. So yeah. Republicans are just being racist. That's just a few, but I could show you like hundreds of the cases of that. And Dave Rubin of the Rubin Report. Such a intellectual hive mind we're gonna deal with right here. I can't wait. I wonder what this like super smart man, this gay conservative that was canceled by his own party constituents because he adopted, because he had a child. Him and his husband had a child. Like, these people are so shameless. Like, how can you have your own audience or like people on the right condemn you for having a child and then still be on the grift? You're so shameless. He also was given money by the Russians. He took hundreds of thousands of dollars from the Russians, so that was funny too. Yeah, Dave Rubin just will say anything for a buck. What a loser. Just like most Republican talking heads will. They'll just say whatever. Anything that follows party lines or anything that will keep them in the circle, so they keep on making their money. So let's see what he has to say about Zohran Madami.
On the verge of becoming a fully failed city. I do not think if New York City will survive this, if this is what happens. This is Polymarket's betting odds for the New York City mayoral race. Zohran Mamdani, who basically is...
It's Zohran. Zohran, not Zorhan. That's another thing Republicans will do too, is they'll say it wrong so they can claim like, oh, it's just a different language. I'm having a hard time with it. No, they're just being racist.
Is an Islamist. He is out there screaming from the river to the sea and chanting with the Hamas people and everything else. He now has 61% chance of winning over Andrew Cuomo. Zohran Mamdani is a bad dude. And
he's just lying. He never said like destroy Israel. He said he's a two-stater and he wants Israel to be a free nation. Like he's not trying to destroy Israel. Like this is all they got is like, oh, shill for Israel. He's anti-Israel. Don't you know you're not patriotic if you don't get on your fucking knees for Israel? You're not patriotic. You're not an American until you suck the boot of Israel, a foreign nation that puts money in AIPAC to push our politicians to vote in their interest.
you will have to leave New York City if this guy becomes mayor. Here he is talking about how Muslims belong in City Hall.
It is an opportunity for us to show that Muslims don't just belong in New York City, we also belong in City Hall.
Yeah. If you're an American citizen, it shouldn't matter what you are. Islamophobia increased. People were targeted and attacked after 9/11, even though they had nothing to do with it. It was group blame. The people who did 9/11 and the people who supported 9/11 will tell you that they support 9/11. And we know who the people that did 9/11. Not everyone with the same kind of culture or skin tone or religion should be blamed for that. That's called prejudice. That is bigotry. Good job, you buffoon. Should we call you a pedophile because one gay person has ever done anything to a child? Don't you know it's literally the same logic. It's sexual degeneracy. That's why all LGBTQ people are pedophiles. It's the same logic. Like how can you sit here and demand to be treated equally while you use the same rhetoric and the same idea or belief or thought that justifies oppression towards you? It's for $1, that's how.
Okay. To some extent, he's not wrong. I believe that any law-abiding legal citizen of the United States can hold any office that is possible. Now,
Right,
his political beliefs are quite horrible, and it's not just as it pertains to Hamas and everything else. He wants to take over rent control from private people who are renting apartments.
No. No, that's not it. There's specific places that there have paused rent in the past. Other mayors have done this in the past. This is nothing crazy. This is nothing new. He's going to pause it, allow people to make some income, and then through the renters group, committee, whatever, advocate for lowering rent costs in whatever way he's planning on doing that. There's like multiple steps to this. It's nothing special, nothing new. Under Donald Trump's presidency, the rent was paused. There's nothing crazy or new.
He is a socialist. He is a self-described democratic socialist, and as you know,
he's a what? He's a menace?
He is a self-described democratic socialist, and as you know, they only say democratic socialist, a socialist. He is a self-described democratic socialist. And as you know, they only say democratic socialist until they drop the Democrat part, and then they are just socialist. No, you
Until they die. What a loser. What is socialism? Do you know what socialism is? Do you even know what socialism is? Do you think the Nazis were socialists? Is that where we're at? Is this big brain person over here being paid by Russia to push right-wing propaganda, pro-Russian, anti-Ukraine propaganda? Is this, of course, you're going to love capitalism. You utilize it. You sell yourself out. Of course.
know, dignity is earned. Dignity is earned by having honor and being a good person. Then you become dignified, and someone might respond to you in a dignified way. You want the state to distribute dignity?
No. What? What? You want the state to distribute dignity? What? No. What is the purpose of the state if not to make sure its citizens are not suffering economically, in necessities, in health? What is the purpose of a state? What is the purpose of a state if not to be for the people, by the people? What is the purpose of our government? People are leaving in droves from New York because they can't afford it. The workers there can't afford it. Who are you going to get to work there if they can't afford it? You're not going to have anyone to be able to live there, to work there. And people are going to find jobs other, like your customer service jobs, they're going to be gone. Like, what are we even talking about?
Dignity is guaranteed. The state should distribute dignity. No, it does not work this way. Then, of course, the thing with the taxes, okay, you want to pick a random number and say, you have enough. You over there, you have enough. So I need more of your stuff so I can give it to these people.
How did those people get that stuff? How did those people make that money? Did they utilize social services like roads, phone lines? Did they use labor from their workers? This is what I mean. They're ghouls. They hate you. Did those companies get bailouts? Did those companies get payouts from the government? That happens a lot. It's socialism for the 1% and fuck you to everyone under them. Socialism for me, but not for thee. That's how they live by. If you can't, so the tax cap under FDR, if we still lived under the tax cap of FDR, the tax cap would today's dollar would be $3,400,000 something, right? If you can't live off of $3 million a year, fuck you. You know? If you can't like live a comfortable life with $3 million a year, fuck you. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. What do you mean? Yes, you can. They want to like play the billionaires that have literally everything, so much wealth and property and items, and capable of just being like, I feel like I want to go to, I'm going to go to France today. I just feel like it. And they just go to France anytime that they want. You know, these people with so fucking much. Oh, you want to take away their stuff? While literally the rest of society's rotting in starvation, homelessness, not even to be able to go to the doctor for a small little thing. Every other first world nation has these things. They have higher tax brackets. They have social safety nets. They have medical, like Bernie Sanders' medical policy of what is it called? I can't remember the buzzword for it, but they have these things, and the happiness at those countries are a lot higher. Like I don't get it. Like, he's literally paid by the billionaires, so like in Russian propaganda, so like who cares?
People, and once you do that, guess what? These people that you gave it to, they're always going to want more. And these people who are creating, at some point they're going to go, you know what? I've had just about enough of this, and they're going to leave, and they're going to go to no tax states like Florida and Texas and Tennessee, et cetera, et cetera. Like, good luck, New York. And that starts today. It starts today, and good luck. And
this freaking business flight is so overdone at this point. It's New York. They're not going to leave New York. What do you mean it's New York? What do you mean? And only the people that are creating are the CEOs or corporate owners or billionaires. They're the ones that create. No, they don't do jack shit. If they died today, someone can replace them and the business would go on. If you killed if all of the workers at a place died, the business shut down immediately. Things are built off of labor, not off of owning. Not a single damn thing in this country or world has ever been built off of owning something. It's been built off of labor. And this person, while he gets money, fucking great freeze frame, this idiot, while he gets money from the people that he's defending in this, while he's making millions of dollars from billionaires and corporations, he wants to pretend that I just don't even know. Like, we are dying as a nation, as a people, as a society, and it's not because of any one of your working neighbors. It's because of ghouls like this on the left and the right, shilling out for corporations, and billionaires that are taking more and more and more. That's that. Call me a commie, call me a socialist, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, sure, I'm a commie, whatever. It's better than living in abject poverty for your entire life to actually advocate for something that's going to benefit the working class. Like, I rather be called a commie than advocate for sucking the boot of corporations. It's freaking New York. What do you mean? What do you mean? All right, we're gonna end with the Zohran with this interview, because this isn't like, I don't like CNN, and this is a good example of why I don't like CNN, because they're corporate shills. All of the liberal legacy media, they're corporate shills, and that's why they suck. It's not that they don't tell the truth. It's whenever lefties are involved, they spin the narrative and like demonize the policies that will actually benefit the majority of people. That's their issue. That's their issue, not... Oh. I don't know if you heard the fireworks, but that scared the shit out of me. Why are there so many Oh. Our town at the Walmart is selling fireworks, so people in my neighborhood just keep on buying more and more fireworks and just randomly shooting them off throughout the week. And it's scary. Like, every single time I'm like, oh god. It's not even July yet. Calm down. Make a stockpile for the 4th. Stop using it all right now. Jeez.
New York Mayor Eric Adams formally announcing tonight that he's going to go head-to-head with the Democrats' new rising star, Zohran Mamdani, as an independent candidate in the mayor's race in the biggest city in America. Now, we're going to speak to Mamdani live in just a moment. But first, take a listen to Mayor Adams' attacks right out of the gate today.
This election is a choice between a candidate with a blue collar and one with a silver spoon. A choice between dirty fingernails and manicured nails. This is not a city where you use idealism to state you're giving everything to everyone for free. There's no dignity in someone giving you everything for free. There's dignity in giving you a job so you can provide for your family and the opportunities that you deserve. So this is not a city of handouts. This is a city of hands up.
Yeah, I'm making sure there's like social safety nets. Like the policies are a hand up. It's not saying like, oh, you get free money. It's a hand up. What do you mean? They have this for a reason. I saw clips from this on Twitter, and I just thought this was like a good way to cover it, to show like how bad CNN is and how like they'll smear lefties, you know? But like there's a reason why the crowd right here looks the way it does. And how do I say this without getting canceled? There is a big issue within the Black community of like reactionary beliefs. There's a lot of conservative and reactionary beliefs within the community, and the only reason that they don't majority vote for like Republicans is because they know Republicans are racist. Because Republicans are like conservative shitheads, you know? There are obviously Black people that vote for Republican. And they always do like the you're trying to say like I have to vote for Democrat because I'm Black. No, that's racist. So I'm gonna vote against my issue, like my rights. You know, it's like all reactionary bullshit. But yeah, there's like this, like the liberals and the Democratic Party especially utilize things like this to push like a visual narrative, and he's doing the same thing even though he's running as a representative, like independent. Like literally, let's see what Madamini has to say. I just want to like get into those a little bit, you know.
Adams taking direct aim at the core of Mamdani's campaign. Mamdani has made economics the heart of it, right? Things like freezing rent on nearly half of the city's apartments, free bus service, free childcare for children under 5, and city-run grocery stores. Okay, well, the Adams news comes as our Isaac Dover is just reporting that former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who, of course, was crushed in that primary, who conceded it to Mamdani, will not drop out of the race before tomorrow's deadline. So now this raises crucial questions about whether he will also be running in the general election as an independent. But Mamdani's likely and seismic win over Cuomo in the primary is generating national headlines about him being a new political star, creating a movement. And from the left-leaning Nation magazine, they write the Democratic Party establishment should follow Zohran Mamdani's example. Out front now, New York State Assemblyman and presumptive Democratic nominee for mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani. And so much appreciate your time. A whirlwind week for you, I think, to put it lightly. Okay, so, you know, everyone else is putting their view on this, of what this means, okay? Your victory. What do you think it means?
I think it means that we are ready in the most expensive city in the United States to have 5 boroughs that New Yorkers can actually afford. And this entire race was about the question of affordability. And ultimately, I have run a campaign that speaks about the tools that city government actually has to deliver that affordability in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the world. And it's time that we have a mayoral administration that follows through and actually delivers that.
All right, so I want to talk about some of that, but first the breaking news. Isaac Dover is reporting that Andrew Cuomo is not dropping out of the general election race, right? And it's kind of a willery-woney, but the deadline's tomorrow. Is this a surprise to you?
Ultimately, Andrew's decision or my decision matters less than the decision that voters already took on Tuesday night, where we won from Bay Ridge to Dyker Heights to Harlem to Washington Heights. We saw a mandate delivered for a new generation of leadership.
Yeah, he actually got a mandate. Like the amount of he won in places he shouldn't have won. He even the higher, he got more votes than expected from the higher tax brackets. This is an actual mandate. He obliterated within the election,
And I am so proud and excited to continue to build on that mandate with an ever-expanding coalition, one that has now included the endorsements of Congressman Jerry Nadler, of State Senator Brad Hoylman-Siegel, and Manhattan Borough President, soon-to-be Controller, Mark Levine. And ultimately, that is a coalition that will continue to expand through November.
Right, so you're saying no matter what, I mean, if Andrew Cuomo's in, it's not like a redo where you're worried?
No, not at all. I mean, we did it once, and it turned out pretty well.
All right, so now can we talk about the policy? The policy is what stood out to a lot of people. But right, I said the freezing rents on half of the apartments, free bus service, the free childcare, and the city-run grocery stores. How do you pay for that?
Let's go through it. So for the first thing, freezing the rent, that's not something that requires any fiscal output from the city. It's something that's determined by the Rent Guidelines Board, composed of 9 members. The mayor picks each of those members. They determine each year whether rents rise or whether they stay the same. The previous mayoral administration froze the rent 3 times, so this has clear historical precedent. When it comes to city-run grocery...
Even Adams, you're saying Adams.
No, this is prior
to
Adams. He's the current one who has raised it 9% on those same New Yorkers, pushing them out of their homes. City-run grocery stores, I've proposed a pilot program of 1 store in each borough. These are 5 stores in total. The total cost of this is $60 million. This is less than half the cost of what the city is already set to spend on a subsidy program for corporate supermarkets that has no guarantee of cheaper prices or collective bargaining agreements or even accepting
So
SNAP
you're
or
not
WIC.
looking at some Soviet Union grocery stores on every corner that are going to be run by the government.
No, what I'm looking at is how...
yeah. Russia, red, scare.
To solve the very clear twin crises of affordability when you go to the grocery store and food deserts, which disproportionately impact Black and brown New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, where I've heard directly from New Yorkers who say, why is it that I can find 6 fast food restaurants in a 5-block radius, but I can't find a place to buy groceries?
But five boroughs, 5 grocery stores, but that can't be the goal.
Well, I mean, the idea
is the goal you want them on every? No, but in New York things do go. There's a nail salon on every corner. There's a grocery store on almost every other corner.
I think ultimately I'm guided by outcomes. If this pilot succeeds in guaranteeing cheaper groceries, as I think it will be, then yes, it should scale up. If it doesn't succeed, then no, it shouldn't, because what New Yorkers want are results. And then it comes to making buses free and universal childcare. Right. These are things that cost around $700 million and let's say about $5 or $6 billion. Significant amounts of money.
Huge amounts of money.
But have to be understood in the context of a $113 billion municipal budget, a $252 billion state budget, and we put forward a plan to pay for these and more to start Trump-proofing our city through 2 major revenue streams. Increasing the top corporate tax rate of New York to match that of New Jersey, that raises $5 billion, and increasing income taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers who make $1 million or more a year by 2%. Both of these things, after they come to fruition, you're still paying less than you did before Trump.
Okay. On the city tax, though, and I know that takes effect with people right now, that top rate of people of 50,000 or more. So if you're going to be adding 2% to people at $1 million, that I just did the math, right? Well, but that's going to be an increase of 51% of what they pay now. I'm not saying cry for them. I'm saying if they leave, you're not going to get that money. And when you increase someone's taxes by 51%, aren't a lot of people going to leave?
We're saying we're increasing it by 2% of what it is right now. And ultimately, I'm guided by the facts. The Fiscal Policy Institute did an analysis of the top 1% of New Yorkers and found that they leave the city at 1/4 the rate of other income categories. And when they do leave, they leave to what are called high tax states, New Jersey, California. So what it then comes down to is, why are they leaving? Is it fiscal policy or is it actually quality of life? And I've heard that time and again from wealthier New Yorkers, from all New Yorkers.
So it's talk. They're going to go to Florida and all you think is talk.
In 2021, when I came to the state assembly, we had the same fight to fund public schools, to raise taxes on billionaires and corporations. We were told millionaires would flee. And we now have more millionaires.
Okay, so the New York Times is saying that Mayor Adams is trying to gather business leaders to support him, to say this is going to be bad. And Bill Ackman, billionaire hedge fund manager, of course you know of him, New Yorker, he said he agrees with you that the city's broken, okay, but he has a real problem with your economic policies. He said the ability for New York City to offer services for the poor and needy, let alone the average New Yorker, is entirely dependent on New York City being a business-friendly environment and a place where wealthy residents are willing to spend 183 days, the amount you need to be taxed, and assume the associated tax burden. Unfortunately, both have already started making arrangements for the exits. So you just think that that isn't going to add up. And by the way, that corporate tax rate that you're talking about, that's a big increase.
That's matching 7.25% going to 11.5%. And the point of it is that if it works for our regional neighbor, why can't it work for us? And with Bill Ackman, this is someone who put $500,000 into Andrew Cuomo's super PAC, someone to whom clearly money is not an issue. And ultimately, even for him, life would get better. Because what I'm looking to use this money for is to make the quality of life across the city better.
Okay, so when people say...
I love him. I love him so much. He's such a gem. So well spoken, so well explained for the layman at home to be able to understand how his policies are going to play out, how he's going to afford it. He's so good. He's so good. And then at the same time, being able to shoot down like these bad faith corporate losers. I love him so much. Democrats, take note, bend the knee, either get people like him in charge or start understanding how to be like this. You know, this is how you win. Like, this is how you win right here. Simply spoken, policies that are beneficial for everyone. Affordability for the majority. It's so good. It's so good.
Democratic socialist, right? And I'm curious what you think this means. I mean, do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And I think ultimately the definition for me of why I call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King decades ago. He said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And that's what I'm focused on, is dignity and taking on income inequality. And for too long, politicians have pretended that we're spectators to that crisis of affordability. We're actually actors, and we have the choice to exacerbate it, like Mayor Adams has done, or to respond to it and resolve it, like I'm planning to do.
Okay.
Yes, he knows who the new target is. He knows who the new target is, and he points it out. Mayor Adams was brought up. Mayor Adams, oh man, he's like pretty much bought out from Trump as well. It's really bad. That's why he's running as an independent. He's so good. He's just so good. He has a friendly smile. He's intelligent. He's energized. He knows how to run a campaign that shows that he cares about the people. He's just a gem. I can't stop smiling watching this because it's just like such a breath of fresh air. Finally someone for the people. Finally. Oh man. And they were trying to say we should deport him. They want to deport him because of this.
So, you know, for people who say that America was built on, and a lot of immigrants, and obviously you speak from an immigrant experience. I mean, you came as a young child, but you speak to a lot of people who came much more recently, that they come to America because they believe in capitalism. They believe that if they work hard and make a lot of money, that that's part of the American dream. Do you think that's not part of the American dream?
I think the dream at its core is a dream for stability in one's life. And what you're saying, that you work hard enough and that you then reap the benefits, too many New Yorkers, and Americans for that matter, are working 8 hours and then still feeling like they haven't made enough money to keep living in the city they call home.
Yep.
And ultimately, what I'm focused on is making the city affordable for everyone, not to win an ideological argument, but to deliver on the mandate of this
So when Mayor
campaign.
Adams, you just heard...
Yeah, capitalism is not you getting... Capitalism isn't like merit and like, oh, you work hard, you get money. Capitalism doesn't do that. Capitalism is just a distribution of wealth. So like the majority of the wealth will go to the owner, right? Capitalism is just how do we distribute wealth within a business or a company. So like a socialist thing, like if you have a socialist business, like one with democracy involved, then it would be owned collectively by the workers, and they would be able to vote on how to distribute any of the profits, right? So it's not about like, oh, you work hard, you make it, like that whole shit's a lie. Like, it's been a lie for such a long time. Like, You work hard so someone else can be wealthy off of your back. That's what capitalism is, especially right now. Like, small little businesses, that's different because you are a worker. But, like, we're talking about corporations. CEOs don't work. Do you think Elon Musk works harder than any of his, like, a bajillion times harder than any of his, like, employees? No, he has enough time, apparently, to play, what's that game? Not Baldur's Gate. He has enough time to play video games all the time, right? He's on there for hours and hours and hours a day, right? He just plays games all day. That's why he's the number one, he's one of the highest ranking in one of those games, you know? I can't remember the name of the game, but he gets billions of dollars for playing video games all day. It's crazy.
Heard him come out and he said soup silver spoon. He talked about manicured nails to refer to you, right? You were. I was looking at him. You can show him to everybody. What do you say to him?
You know, I understand what he's doing. He's trying to distract from his own record. His is a record where he raised rents on more than 2 million New Yorkers by 9%, and he's considering another 8% increase. His is a record of raising the water bill to the highest it's been in 13 years, supporting Con Edison when they wanted to increase New Yorkers' gas and electric bills by $65 a month. I would much rather talk about me than I would about his record if I was him. And so that's what he's going to be doing over the next few months. And we will continue to remind New Yorkers what's on the ballot. It's affordability.
I just want to.
He's so good. He's so good. The shade. He's so good. He's just so good. I love it. The shade and the truth. So great. Yeah, no, I think the fact that, like, there can be privatization of civil necessities like electricity and water, there can be privatization of that, and it's like a capitalist ran business is all about profiting. So, like, it's not about service, it's about making profits. So how do you make profits? By making the prices go up higher, and then also by putting as much money into the business, like putting as least amount of money into the business. So that's why you get shitty services for high costs. The state should absolutely be in charge of things like water, electricity, housing, transportation, like public transportation, food. Like there should be a state option at least when it comes to these things. When it comes to food or like travel and healthcare, right? Because like the state isn't about profiting. The state is about providing for the citizens. That's what their modus operandi is supposed to be, and that and at the end of the day will be. It's not like there's a bank account for the state. The state is the people who print the money, you know? It's not like they need to make more money. They get tax dollars. And all that money is supposed to go back to the people and services for the people. What's the point of having any of this stuff? What's the point of having a state if not to provide for its people?
Play, because that's what this is, play more of Mamdani telling his story.
So to quote the words of a famous New Yorker, allow me to reintroduce myself. I was born in Kampala, Uganda, in East Africa. I was given my middle name Kwame by my father, who named me after the first prime minister of Ghana.
I moved to this city when I was 7. This is the city I fell in love with, the city where I got my citizenship.
He's been in the New York Assembly for 4 years, and before that, he was an aspiring rapper under the name Mr. Cardamom. Listen. Once you do it, it's out there. It never comes back. It's there.
Didn't think it was going to be on CNN.
It's there, and there it is. So what do you say to people who look at your background and they wonder? They say, okay, rising star you may be, but this is the largest city in America, $112 billion budget, 8 million people, and a hell of a lot of problems. And they say, okay, whatever the future may be, you're not ready now.
I would say that a campaign offers a glimpse of what an administration would look like. And we built a campaign the likes of which the city has not seen in a long time. We started with 2 full-time employees and now are managing 50,000 volunteers. At the beginning of this race, there were questions of whether we'd get 50,000 votes. And yet we had 50,000
volunteers.
50,000 volunteers who knocked on 1.5 million doors, made 2.1 million phone calls. And ultimately, it's a story of not only being able to inspire people, but absorb that inspiration and build an organization. And I think that's also the story of what it means to run a city, that you are ultimately responsible, but you're also determined by hiring the best and the brightest. And that's what I will be doing in City Hall. I'll be hiring those that have a clear track record of excellence, of results, that come from a wide variety of mayoral administrations, and finally bring public excellence back into the public sector.
All right, so you caught a lot of attention for confronting Tom Homan, Trump's border czar, about the deportation policies, which have a lot of impact here in New York. Here you are.
They're using this, like, I've seen multiple tweets with this video from Republican either talking heads or even like people within the Trump administration being like, he's a terrorist because he's asking if Tom Homan believes in the First Amendment. Yeah. Like, literally, if you don't understand... Fireworks again. If you don't... If you don't understand... If you have, like, the wrong, like, initial view of, like, the situation of, like, people are literally being taken from jobs, schools, kids are being taken from schools, out of the hospitals. They're going to courtrooms where like a Republican judge will just say like, no, you're not a citizen, and as soon as they leave the courtroom, without even having the hearing, or before even there even was a hearing, they'll just say like denied. They'll take the people out of the courtroom, and these are people that are trying to go through the legal process too, right? So like, if you don't have that context and you see this and you don't believe anything that I just said, even though there's like plenty of evidence for it, like, he's literally sticking up for people being just like taken by the state. It doesn't matter if they're a citizen or not. Like, the state shouldn't be able just to snag you off the street without a warrant or without any due process.
So that moment went viral, all right? Then after the primary, Homan was asked about your plan, which is on your website. You said that you would end the city's cooperation with ICE agents that has been going on under Mayor Adams. And he has spoken out. Here's what he said.
Good luck with that. Federal law trumps him every day, every hour of every minute. We're going to be in New York City. Game on. We're coming.
That look. He's so game. He's so ready. This alcoholic loser over here, slurring his words. He was trying to... I saw a tweet recently of like him crying, or like, apparently he was crying, being like, oh, because of the ICE raids, I'm getting like terroristic threats and I can't see my family. And I responded on Twitter, like, nobody that rips apart families should have the freedom of being with their own family, you know? Fuck this guy. What a loser. Alcoholic. Like, he's trying to blame his failing marriage and his on anything but his alcoholism and his like failure as a father, like a failure as a husband, you know? It's pathetic. It's pathetic.
Game on. He's coming. What do you say?
That I'm going to be here to stand up and fight back. And unlike the current mayor, I'm not going to be working alongside the Trump administration to build the single largest deportation force in American history. I'm going to actually represent each and every New Yorker. And that includes immigrant New Yorkers. And that means standing up for the laws of this city, like our sanctuary city policies, which have kept New Yorkers safe for decades and were defended by Republicans and Democrats alike for years until we got this mayor who fear-mongered about them so extensively.
Does that involve the NYPD?
it means that the NYPD would actually serve New Yorkers and not assist ICE in their operations. We recently saw ICE agents.
So they would not assist ICE?
Not assisting ICE, because ultimately their job is public safety. And I know officers who are signing up to take on serious crimes, not to be a part of the force that is arresting a pastor who's peacefully observing the arrest of a migrant at Federal Plaza.
All right, so a moment ago you talked about how you didn't know if you'd get 50,000 votes, and you ended up with 50,000 volunteers. They knocked on doors. There are many in the country who might look at that and say, okay, that makes me think of somebody else. Somebody else who took on I'm trying to think of the right word to use, but somebody who expected to win and therefore didn't campaign that hard and lost. And the person who did that was Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, right? Famously also here in New York. She endorsed you early. She helped you. She just spoke to Manu Raju, our Manu Raju, a few moments ago. She said the Democratic Party needs to pay attention to your success right now. Here's what she just told him.
We have a choice to listen to that message that people are sending us or not. This isn't just about Mr. Mamdani as an individual. This is about the message that the people of New York City are trying to send to our party.
So there's now talk, that your victory puts her in a whole new light, right? It puts her and Bernie Sanders, not that they were seen as fringe, but they were seen as a wing of the party. And that instead of being a wing, that becomes more of the center, and that you are part of that. Do you see it that way? And do you see those who say, look, your victory propels her to a presidential run in 2028?
She's been an inspiration, and it's been an honor to be represented by her as an assembly member in Astoria for many years. And I think about a senior who works at a child care center that I met in Sunnyside, Queens, who told me that I'm not a progressive, but I realized when I looked at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders, they were the only ones who were willing to fight for me.
Yeah.
And that's what so many New Yorkers and Americans understand, is that these are the two individuals who have been willing to take on this oligarchy and actually stand up for dignity for Americans.
Before you go, one last.
Yeah, progressives will always be because we are ideologically positioned, and with our ideology, we are forced into the position of fighting for the working class and like the laymen. Conservatism is, before we go into center people, like the liberals, they're for the corporatists. They're everything stay the same. We'll give you a crumb here and there, while everything is being exacerbating and falling apart. Progressives are the ones who actually have an ideology that will focus on the benefit of the working class and the people as a whole, making sure there's policy change or like advocating for rights that will make the majority of people have better lives. Conservatism, on the other hand, is a horrid ideology that will always, and I mean always, lead to what we're seeing right now in the Republican Party. Conservatism has to focus on the past and like try to bring us back to the past. And when you have a past filled with not only economic but social injustice and hierarchies, that will always be where their end goal will be. They will always try to go and exacerbate those injustices and hierarchies, because that is our past, and that's what conservatism is. Linguistically, it should honestly be called regressionism, because that's what they are. They're regressionists. They want to take us further back in the past. Liberals are actually conservatives linguistically, because they just want to stay how it is now, status quo bullcrap. Progressives try to push forward and make new policy or advocate for things that will benefit people that haven't even been done yet, or if they have been done, it's more we're trying to move forward from this horrid past that we're in right now, right? And that's like the simple dumb brain version of it. I could go in more detail of like economically, socially, like how the ideologies are like this, but like if I get like an argument or like a debate, then I'll talk about it more. But like it's pretty simple. Like if you are advocating for an imaginary amazing past that never really existed, what you're actually doing is advocating for the past that really did exist, and it was segregationist, homophobic, like LGBTQ phobic, economically hierarchy. Like Trump has repeatedly said, like I think it was 1880 something is like the best time, and that's literally whenever there was robber barons and the union boys were fighting for like a 7-day 40-hour work week, and literally there was like shootings involved. It's where we get the songs of like, which side are you on? And he's like, oh yeah, back then it was great, we should go back at that time, whenever whenever we had literally corporate towns where you got paid jack all to live in.
Thing. Bill Ackman, I just mentioned him as right. He's the billionaire hedge fund manager, but he's not alone. There are a lot like him, whether it's Ken Griffin or CEOs of big banks. Would you meet with them?
I'll meet with anyone. I will meet with them and I'll explain why I believe in the necessity of raising the top corporate tax rate. And I'd also tell Bill Ackman that I firmly disagree with his attempt to dismantle diversity, equity, and inclusion across the country, because it's not only against the morals of so many, it's also against the actual bottom line for so many businesses. And as a businessman, he should understand that.
All right. Well, Assemblyman, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
TURF is an acronym.
No, this is for a different time. Okay. What is this? I think we're gonna have another this video is gonna be like another like breath of fresh air, but yeah, no. So as you can see, up until this point, I took a nap, I woke up, I'm in a deeper level of hell apparently. Every single time I take a really good nap, I wake up. On January 6th, I took a nap after work, and I woke up and the Capitol was being raided. I took a nap, and then Roe v. Wade was overturned. Like literally all these horrible things happened when I'm taking a nap. I swear, from my perspective, from my like individual perspective, I go to sleep, I wake up, and the world is a worse place somehow. Like it's like the coincidences are crazy, but like this nation is dying. This nation is dying, and advocating to harm our neighbors based on their race, sex, religion, ethnicity, that's not going to fix anything. That's not going to put any more money in your pocket. That's not going to make your life any more comfortable. It just hurts other people. And like the amount of people in our nation that are falling for this hook, line, and sinker is just, which side are you on? They like this the easiest example for this of like showing how the robber barons, the oligarchs, and the corporatists will like make the people fight amongst each other on these social issues while they get away with murder is during the economic revolution in the late 1800s, you know? They realized with the Irish specifically, if you can get the Irish worker to side with the business because they're going to be treated better, then they won't align themselves with the black worker to advocate for better working conditions. Right? It's like always been this way. We will let you come into the circle. We will let you be part of the in-group if you go against your own rights. Instead of focusing on affordability, having your necessities not be profited on, hate your neighbor based on silly reasons. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And the people that are advocating for this or believe it, like are sheep and like fell for it, they honestly believe that they are the victim. They honestly see equality as oppression somehow. Liberals will make everyone socially equal while exacerbating economic inequality. And that's why it doesn't feel like you're equal no matter what. And that's why a lot of white Americans feel like their lives are getting worse, because socially people have more equality. And you don't have to have economic equality or social equality. You can have both. And the only policies and the only people advocating for those kind of things are the left, the far left. So the Democrats need to bend the knee. They need to stop being corporate ghouls. And they need to actually do something that works, obviously works, to get people excited to vote for them. They're really shooting the fireworks off right now. Holy moly. So, with all that being said, I still have time. I got through those segments pretty fast. That was pretty based. I got some time. We'll watch this funny fun vid. This is how I feel talking like to conservatives or liberals or anyone that's like you're a dirty commie. This is how I feel about, like, especially conservatives. This is how I feel talking to a conservative. Like, right here, this video is gonna explain it a lot.
Brother, I crave the forbidden lamp.
The forbidden lamp is bigotry and social conservatism.
Seek not the lamp, brother. Heed not its light. Brother, the light calls to me. It calls to us all. You must resist it, brother. The light is the call of death. I know, brother, and yet I long for it. I desire its forbidden touch. You cannot touch it, brother. I know this. I too once followed the call of the forbidden lamp. I too once thought to touch the eternal and unknowable light. It is folly. Indeed. And yet you live. You touch the forbidden lamp and yet return to life among mere mortals. I find your words implausible, brother. Hear me, brother. I did not touch the lamp. No one can. It is farther than infinity, more distant than life from death. I flew up and up, beyond what I imagined possible, until my wings failed me and my strength was utterly spent. The light burned so brightly, I strained to touch it, but it never got any closer. And then I fell, brother. I fell for ages, the wind carrying me where it willed, spiraling downward with no control nor any care for my destination. And the lamp retreated from me, as if in mockery of my futile struggle, and left me in darkness. When I awoke, I was on the ground, and I do not know how I survived. But I saw them, brother. Others of our kind, their bodies broken under the weight of their hubris, their wings torn and scattered upon the blades of the green. None had touched the forbidden lamp. None ever will. Your story reveals your weakness, brother. Your trepidation prevailed and the lamp rejected you. I do not fear the light as you do. Where others have faltered, I will succeed. I will be the first to touch the forbidden lamp and bathe in the eternal glory of its light. Perhaps when I become one with the divine, I will remember you, trapped as you are in your mortal frailties. No, brother! Please, reconsider what you're doing. The lamp is a fire that burns body and soul. Even if it could be touched, it would not make you as it is. It would simply destroy you. Even so, I can no longer resist its call, brother. If I go to death or immortality, either way, this is our final parting. Forgive me, brother, for leaving you thus. I forgive your fears, as they are born of love. If you love me, brother, then forsake this mad quest. I cannot. Remember me, brother. No! No. Fly then. Out of brotherhood, out of forgiveness, out of memory. What is a brother to a shadow? What is a shadow but what is left behind in the light? I will not remember, and when I too become nothing, it will be as though you and I never were.
Yeah, so that's each generation falling for the same trap of social conservatism. Oh yeah, my life will definitely get better if I don't have to see those queers anymore while you live in a tent along the side of the road. All right. The last segment is a better one. It's a better one. It's well, it's not that great, but there is some laughs to it at least. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. I laughed at it, and I hope you can find some joy in this too. Let's see. Gotta go to my bookmarks. Okay. God, this guy looks so gross. Okay. Let me move this up here so I can make sure it's doing the right thing. Let me go here. Internet. Here we go. Have you ever heard of what is it called again? Stupid. Hetero Awesome Festival. Have you ever heard of Hetero Awesome Festival? Well, they had a Hetero Awesome Festival. And this ain't anti-LGBTQ or nothing like that. This isn't a response to try to make a movement that's opposite towards pride. This is just pride in one's straightness. Let's see what the founder of this Hetero Awesome Festival had to say about it before it even started.
Man, heterosexuality is awesome.
A bar and restaurant owner in Idaho says he's planning to hold a Hetero Awesome Fest near the state capitol this June, an event timed to coincide with LGBTQ Pride Month. Mark Fitzpatrick, who owns the Old State Saloon near Boise, will host the two-day festival on June 20th and 21st, inspired by events last year that were held in response to Pride celebrations. The event is set to take place in Cecil D. Andrus Park, right across from the Idaho State Capitol. According to a promotional video shared on social media, it will include live music, local food and drink vendors, and speakers who say they are on the front lines defending traditional family values. Fitzpatrick.
This is the linguistics of a baby. This is the linguistics of a coward, of a loser. Oh, we're here to defend traditional family values. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. What's attacking traditional family values? Is there laws on the books right now trying to make it illegal to be straight or heterosexual? Are you being suppressed medically or educationally or with law in general, like socially? Like, are you not allowed to go to the right bathroom anymore? Are you like, what's this oppression you're going through? Please enlighten us.
Patrick said the idea for the festival came while planning his daughter's birthday and wanting to avoid Pride events.
What if we celebrated God's design for sexuality?
God's design for sexuality. Wow. Woo, cool.
And within a few seconds, I thought, man, heterosexuality is awesome.
Fitzpatrick told NBC News there is no hate behind the event and that
we're going to celebrate God's sexuality. It's not that we hate you. We don't hate you or homosexuality or trans people or we don't hate them. We just think it's a bastard. It's a degeneracy. It's a sodomy. It's awful. It's anti-God, and you will burn for eternity for it. But we don't hate you for that. We'll try to outlaw you and push you out of society, but we don't fucking hate you. These people are cowards. They're pussies. I've seen his Twitter account. There's a lot of homophobia on that Twitter account.
That it isn't intended to target any specific group. He said the aim is raising awareness of practices we find troubling, such as the encouragement of gender transitions among children.
It isn't to target any specific group, but we're going to target trans children
Or their exposure to inappropriate content.
and children being exposed to the existence of queer people. We're not targeting queer people, but we're targeting queer people.
However, Fitzpatrick has shared inflammatory views about the LGBTQ community on social media. In a series of Instagram comments, he claimed Pride Month allows LGBTQ people to march down the street doing disgusting and criminal activities while demanding to be celebrated, and accused the community of encouraging children to cut off their sex organs.
This is psychotic. Your pride community encourages children to cut off their sex organs, and you and the community are disgusting. What child is getting bottom surgery? Did you know the majority of mastectomies are cis men? Well, not cis men. The majority of sex surgeries on children are cis boys because they have breast tissue and they get it removed. Teenage girls can get boob jobs. Are you upset about that? Are you upset or freaking out? Does this person have a son? And is that son circumcised? So you're telling me it's okay to cut off parts of the genitalia of a baby with no capability of speaking yet or even understanding what's going on? And you're okay with that? Interesting. Does this person or any people that believe in any of this shit, do they even understand like the criteria that someone has to go, like a child has to go through to even be able to go like on hormone blockers, let alone HRT? Do you know the criteria? Do you know the actual medical professionals standards? Probably not, because they don't actually care about this shit. They just get a weird, gross feeling about it, and it's against God. And that's why I don't like religion as a whole in general, because it allows people to justify unjustifiable beliefs because their imaginary friend said so. No one should give a fuck about your imaginary friend. And the fact that all of these weirdos fight over which imaginary friend is the correct imaginary friend and what we should live our life by based on their imaginary friend's rules and their interpretation of the book that talks about their imaginary friend, it just, like, that is the mental illness to me right there. You know? That is like some psycho shit right there. You care about like parental consent when it comes to books, but not like when it comes to medical treatment of a person's child? You call them a groomer and you call them like a evil bad parent for transitioning their child, when like all that's happening to the majority of trans children is that they get to dress and be called what they want. They get to dress the way that they want to be dressed, and they get called the way that they want to be called. Oh no! So scary.
When it comes to funding the festival, Fitzpatrick said he's contacted several corporations that have previously supported LGBTQ Pride events. However, the companies told him they usually only donate to registered nonprofits. Boise Pride Month events haven't taken place in June since 2020. Organizers moved celebrations to September for better weather and originally due to COVID-19 precautions.
So that's the intro. Let's see how this Pride event came. Like, let's see what happened at the Pride event, you know? Let's see the this is the Old State Saloon, the company that that guy owns, which type most blatantly, person type most blatantly discriminated against last 20 years? Straight white male, 85%. So we understand his audience. We understand his audience, I think, from this one, right? Can you tell me what gays, lesbians, blacks, Hispanics, and nope. That's crazy. Like, that right there is insane to me. Because this was posted June 24th. There are families being ripped apart in America right now that are Hispanic. Type most blatantly discriminated against. Can you please explain to me what political party or like what policies or what advocate groups are saying like straight white men are lesser than or should advocate for like their rights to be removed? Can you show me any of that evidence? Because like just in straight white males with a victim victim persecution complex, that's a good one. Demanded to make their perceived blatant discrimination self-fulfilling prophecy by being the most insufferable people on the planet. So true. So true. You're not oppressed for people calling you a shitty person when you're a shitty person. And statistically speaking, most of the shitty people in America that support the fascist movement in America are white, cis, heterosexual, straight males. So, like, it's not our fault. It's not our fault that you're shit, you know? Maybe if there wasn't a epidemic of white males in the country being antisocial, hateful freaks, you wouldn't be criticized and people wouldn't have to point that out as an issue. Demographically, you guys have the most. I don't think you should lose any rights. If you want to have a wife and like fucking kids and a white picket fence, I advocate for that. I advocate for that in the way of like economic policies that would make it easier for you to get the white picket fence. You want to have like family time? You want to be able to go work for 8 hours, then come home and like enjoy your family? You want like a stay-at-home wife? If a wife wants to do that, if your wife wants to do that and you both agree with it, I don't give a crap. I don't advocate against any of that stuff, right? Most socialists, most lefties don't. Because I actually care about freedom. I want people to be able to have the kind of life that they want. And I want to exacerbate the material conditions that allow people to do that. But this guy, crying like a loser. So let's, not this one. Not that one yet. Not that one yet. Not that one. We have to go down. Okay, so here's the last part. So this wasn't like about bigotry or hate or anything, right? Right? No. It was an anti-LGBTQ, right? And these good old American folk, these good old people right here, they're not racist, are they?
Boise's, it's a really nice place. It's
For
beautiful.
an American city,
It's top-notch
it is
American city.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There are still very good bars around, great food. There's the Basque District. Again, it's clean. There aren't any black people here.
And tons of Mormons.
What was that?
There aren't any black people here. There aren't any black people here.
This is the guy that runs that was in the interview. He chose these people. These are his buddies. Smiling.
Again, it's clean. There aren't any black people here.
And tons of Mormons, which
There's
is
a lot of Mormons.
chef's kiss in a city. Boise's, it's a really
No response
nice
for
place.
them.
It's
For an
beautiful.
American.
There's no response for them. So not only are they homophobic, but they're also racist pieces of shit too. Wow, it seems like every single time I cover like right-wing people, like there's always this through line of like bigotry. I don't get it. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I say this because like maybe possibly in the future, maybe currently right now, my chud-ass, dumbass family might be watching this. And maybe like over multiple hundreds of streams showing like how many pieces of shit they vote alongside of because they understand their policies are pro bigoted piece of shit. Maybe they'll change their mind. I don't know. Maybe someone that's like, oh, it's just all jokes. Oh, he's not being racist. It's just jokes. I don't know. It's just loser shit. But let's see how many people were there. This was at 5 o'clock, so this was going on for like a couple hours. I think it's like a couple hours that was going on. Let's see how many people were there. All right, we got cop cars. We have a fence. Wow. More cops. I don't know if it's easy to see you, but like, I don't know. It seems kind of. Where are all the people at? Where are all the people at? Wait, what? Surely, like white, like these like surely speaking, straight people come out and show their pride, right? This is sad. Boise is a pretty big town. Boise is pretty big. It's bigger than where I'm at right now. I live in a small city, and there was 5,000 people at my Pride. This is kind of sad, right? Oh, all the people were line dancing. That's where they all were. Okay, gotcha. Is there another one down here? No. Here is someone walking through. Well, let's just hear from another spokesperson from the.
What's up, y'all?
event.
We're out here live at Hetero Awesome Fest, where the only thing more powerful than the music is the strength of the traditional family.
Where's all your soldiers, bro? Is it like quality over quantity, I guess? Like is it quality over quantity? The you don't need like an army of straights, you just need a few.
That's right. We're here to celebrate something that built this country, the traditional family.
See, this language is, I have to pause, like, because okay, so, like, I don't have to be a pause, Andy, but I feel it's necessary, because a lot of people, this kind of rhetoric just glides over their head, so, like, let's start from the beginning.
We're out here live at Hetero Awesome Fest, where the only thing more powerful than the music is the strength of the traditional family.
So, what is the traditional family? The traditional family is a capitalist. It started in the early 1900s mostly. Back before that, there was a saying, it takes a village to raise a family. But when capitalism became like the modus operandi after World War II, we saw this. Everyone has their own house. Everyone has their own transportation. Everyone has, like, goes to a job, and the wife stays at home, and they take care of the kids, and they take care of the house. That became more of a thing after World War II. So what is traditional family, if not just like an aesthetic of like capitalism, or like a selling point for capitalism? Whenever we were in the Cold War, with if it's not just state propaganda and an aesthetic, because to me traditional family is that it takes a village to raise a child. It takes multiple different mentors of different positions and beliefs and understandings and cultures for someone to really actualize, for them to see like a big picture, for someone to not just be like dogmatic and like closed off from the world and be successful.
That's right. We're here to celebrate something that built this country, the traditional family.
People built this country. Single people built this country. People that were in heterosexual relationships built this country. People that were gay built this country. People that were trans built this country. Black people built this country. White people built this country. Native people built this country. Hispanic people built this country. Middle Eastern people built this country. Asian people built this country. Working people. What I'm trying to get at is working people of all varieties is what built this country. Not heterosexuality and alone. But they want to say, this is ours. We created everything, while they try to tear down everything that's good about this country.
A man, a woman, some babies, a barbecue, you know the deal.
Damn, white picket fence, like I was saying. Looks very modern 50-esque, don't you think?
And look, we ain't here to hate, but let's...
It's always really, really good when there's a but. You know, it's gonna be something really good when there's a but. We ain't... Look here, listen. We ain't here to hate, but...
Let's be real. This culture's lost its damn mind. Boys don't know they're boys.
I ain't here to hate, but I will determine what your identity is. You do not have the right to tell me what your perception of yourself is. You do not have the right to say it'd be respectful of me to understand your perspective of yourself. But I ain't here to hate.
And girls think being a wife is slavery. And
probably to you. Probably being your wife is slavery. Look at this dude. Boys don't know what boys are, and wives think it's slavery. Yeah, no. Nowadays, women don't require men or a marriage to have a bank account or have equality. They have equality now. So what you're saying is women think that being a wife is slavery is because you want to go back to a time where women are forced into a position where they have to marry to have any sort of life whatsoever. Your traditional values and your conservative beliefs would lead us back to that. So when we say you want women to be your housewife, slave, whatever, and not actually put in the work to earn a relationship, you think you are owed a relationship. You are not owed a relationship. You're not owed a wife. You're not owed sex. You're not owed any of these things. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps, sonny boy, and put in the effort to get a partner. Nobody wants to be with an asshole. Nobody wants to be with a loser. And people typically don't want to be with someone that advocates for removing their bodily autonomy or rights in general.
And girls think being a wife is slavery, and marriage gets mocked like it's a joke.
If you have a Christian beliefs, one more thing about this. If you have a Christian belief set of like the family, what does God say about the family? What does Christianity say about the family? It goes God on top, husband above, under, God, these fireworks, jeez. God on top, Christian husbands under God, then it's wife, then it's children. Children are seen as property. They're yours. You own them. You created them. They're your property. You get to determine everything about their life because you own them. If children are owned by mother and father because of this hierarchy, women are property of the man, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the woman has to say. The man is the one in charge. Instead of having a equal understanding of we're all human beings in this situation, in this family unit, we are all human beings with our own interests, hobbies, desires, outcomes, dreams, and how can we all work together or like provide each other for like a family unit to have all those things occur. It's dad says so I don't know what you want me to do. There's so many failed marriages because of this kind of hierarchy. And to deny this is like a fundamental piece to Christianity is to deny your fucking faith. When it comes to specifically conservatism and Christianity. Liberal Christianity, they're not bad. They don't have this like hierarchy belief system. But like conservatism, it's all about hierarchy, no matter what. So yeah.
But not here. Not today. Now today we honor what works. Faith. Notice
how almost all these images are AI and like, well, there's some other people, but these are all AI images. It's so weird.
Now today we honor what works. Faith, commitment, raising kids with values.
They went to this kind of stuff. Faith, commitment, raising kids with values. Faith and God. You do not need God in a relationship to have a decent relationship. I'm an atheist. My partner's an atheist. We see each other as equal people. We understand each other's boundaries. We respect each other's consent. And we don't ever really fight or get upset with each other. A lot of people, you don't need religion to have values or morals or any of these things. They want to say that they want to have a monopoly on these lists of things because they actually don't. Right? Faith, commitment. I'm committed to my partner. But it's okay if you have open relationships. What matters is consent, communication, respect of each other's boundaries. These are the things that actually matter in a relationship. Doing what you both can do to grow as people, to fulfill each other's dreams and values, if that's in the cards, if that's possible. Know each other's commitment to each other is what I just said. Knowing each other's boundaries, respecting each other's consent, listening to each other, and understanding you're both human beings. And I'm not owed my partner, and she's not owed me. And when either she or I say no, that means no. It can be a deal breaker, right? Maybe if like the person wants to do something and the other person doesn't want to do something, maybe that's the deal breaker. That's okay. That's okay.
Raising kids with
values. What values? Christian values? Are those the only kind of values? It's pretty sad to think like you have objective morals in the world whenever like even Christians can't like agree on morality. It's really cringe to try to claim you have a morality on values or like a monopoly on values. I think I have values. My values are harm reduction mostly. Once again, consent. Like harm reduction is like the core of my belief. Reducing as much harm and increasing as much happiness is the core of my beliefs. Those are where my values derive. I look at each situation and I utilize those like harm reduction plus increase in happiness and fulfillment in life. And then I come to my conclusion. You need a book. You need a book to tell you what to believe. That's sad. It's fucking pathetic. You can't use your own goddamn mind. You have to have a book tell you. That's really sad.
Values, teaching boys to be men.
Teaching boys to be men and teaching girls to be girls.
And girls to be strong.
Oh, girls to be strong. Whoa, that's surprising. So like a strong independent woman that doesn't want to get married, that's okay with you guys? I don't think that is the case. I think the strength is being able to deal with the man, right? I don't know. Are these people feminists? Probably not. Probably not. How you got to be strong. You just got to stick to the marriage. It's what God wanted. Some bullshit like that.
Not confused.
Not confused. I'm not confused. What I am confused about is why you fucking care so much what I do with my bodily autonomy. What I'm confused about is why you care about like my gender more than I even do at this point. I take my silly little titty skittles every day. I dress the way that I want to dress. I present myself how I want to present. I tell people what I prefer to be called. And that's about that. The only time I really have to think about it is when I have to deal with bigots like you, which nowadays it's more than not, right? So I'm not confused. I know what parts I was born with. I know what I was called when I was born. I know what I looked like before I started taking HRT. I knew all those things, but deep down inside, it made me very uncomfortable. And it's weird for you to have such an emotional attachment to my discomfort and say my discomfort is confusion. The only thing you could do in response to this confusion, what you want to call, the only thing your position could possibly do in response to my said finger quote confusion would be conversion therapy, which is torture. Not proven to work ever. Oh, just pray it away. Just shove yourself in the closet. Just because my feelings are hurt that you're different than what I'm used to. You need to shapen up and fit the mold. That voice fucking killed me. Holy shit.
We've got music, we've got food, we got barbecue and bounce houses, and somewhere over there's a dad that just fixed a generator with some duct tape and prayer.
Now that's masculinity. So if you're tired of the chaos, the confusion, the alphabet soup of
we're not here to spread hate, but they're all confused. They're alphabet soup. Like, how are you, like, you're so stupid. You're such fucking pussies. These people are cowards. We're not here to hate. But you're confused. You're degenerate. You're destroying the nation.
Agendas, come stand with us. We're building something solid.
This ain't about politics. It's about truth.
These ain't about politics. That's why we're in the legislature trying to outlaw your existence. It ain't about politics, though. It's about truth. I'm pretty sure trying to force the truth on a citizen, like, truth wouldn't need policy to push your agenda. If there was no policy about, like, anti-LGBTQ stuff, or if there was nothing, if there was no, like, bigoted position about queer people in general, the truth is we just exist. That's the truth. If it ain't about politics, then get the fuck out of politics and stop crying about it in politics and stop trying to pass laws about it in politics. But no, it is absolutely everything to do with politics, because your little fifis are hurt, because you see something that makes you scared. Oh, that ain't like what I'm used to. Ugh. Losers.
About family, and it's about saying no to the madness and yes to the mission.
That's it. The madness. I ain't racist though. I ain't queerphobic though. This guy right here, this guy was racist. Where is he again? This guy's the guy that's racist. So yeah, there was something really cool that happened though.
We got any veterans out here today?
We had a sleeper cell join the fray. We had a sleeper cell.
Got a handful of veterans. All right. I'd know if I'm supposed to wear bits of my uniform when I'm not in uniform. But as a former Army Ranger, I thought I might wear my little tambourine here today. It's kind of special to me, so I figured I'd have it with me for this little performance. Charlie, if you'd come up here for a second. Fantastic. Everybody, give it up for my buddy Charlie here. A little something special just for this performance.
Hell yeah, brother.
This first song is called Boy. They put him in dresses to keep him in line. They say it's a phase and it's all in his mind. They put him in ballet, he wants to play ball. What matters to him doesn't matter at all. The boy that everyone thought was a girl. The boy that everyone thought was a girl. Afraid the world might come unfold. The boy that everyone thought was a girl. 2, 3, 4. They grew out his hair, but he wanted it short. Put him in a skirt, now he's all out of sorts. It's not just aesthetics, it's
So yeah. Sorry, I was muted for a second. We had a sleeper cell join the fray. One of the queers joined, and just real quick, this is how it ended. Online.
We'll see how many died. Afraid of the news on his parents' TV. At church they
Yeah, they cut it.
The boy that everyone thought was a girl. Afraid to spew their The boy that everyone thought was a girl. This kid has got no chance. Must stop the woke advance. Let teacher take a glance. What's in your underpants? Elephants taking pride in tranny suicide. When all the books are fried, we'll see how many died. Afraid of the news on his parents' TV. At church they...
Yeah, they cut it. And the reason they cut it is because the owner of the event did this. It ain't about hate. It ain't about hate. These are patriots that love free speech and expression, right? The freedom and liberty for all, right? Ain't about hate.
How many died? Afraid of the news on his parents' TV. At church they condemned him and called him a she.
Whoa, 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 whoa. He gets in a fight with the guy. These people are antisocial. These people are like, a civil society cannot survive with these kind of people. Conservatism rots civil society from the inside out. It rots it. And I'm not saying this because I hate conservatives. I'm not saying this because I want conservatives to be like barred from the society or banned from. I want them to ideologically change. I want them to be able to not be so hateful and bigoted. I will never advocate for a policy that would like take away their rights. I would never advocate for like a detention center to take like try to re-educate them or something. I would never advocate for that stuff legitimately. I don't want any of that done to any of these people, but they want that kind of stuff done to me. There's nothing civil about conservatism. And when conservatism is in charge, you lose civility within society, meaning there is not a civil society. He comes over and yanks the mic. He goes to climb up on stage too. Like, I wonder what would have happened if he got on stage. This guy, not knowing what goes on, comes over here and is like, whoa, 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 what's going on? All he did was like lay his hand on him. Like, look. All he did was this, and he's like, hey, what's going on? And then this guy gets super fucking aggro because he's already ass mad because a queer person or a queer ally is in the area. Grabs his wrist, pulls him in. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Girl.
We love you. Woo!
Right now. Okay, I apologize. I'm gonna get my I apologize.
Like, this guy's here for the festival. Like, he's here in support of like the straight ally, the straight festival, right?
Back up, dude.
Get out of his face. Back away from me. Get out of his face. You need to leave. You're in his face.
You already assaulted him.
Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey. It's over. It's over. They've left. They've left.
On the stage. That's
Whoa. They've left, man.
Yeah, he's saying, I thought you were assaulting someone on stage. I thought you were attacking someone on stage. That's the only reason why this guy in the gray came up, you know? At least he's civil enough to be like, whoa, 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 what's going on?
Fine. Adios.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Let's go.
Get him out. I'm leaving. Get the fuck out of my face.
Hey. Let's go, man. Let's go.
I just thought he was assaulting somebody on stage.
No, you did good.
I just thought he was assaulting someone on stage. These people, like, conservatism, how hateful and bigoted they are. Like, their ideology demands it, you know? Like, we're seeing civil society crumble right now with their guy in charge from his policies, right?
How many
The last thing I want to show about this, and then I can play games for a little bit until I end the stream, is this. This is a trans woman, and this is
afraid of the news on his...
What the heck? Bad. This is a trans woman, and she's being interviewed, and I just want to show you, like, let me move this real quick so I make sure it's working correctly. Like, the sound is all there. This is a trans woman. This is one of the people at the event for the Straight Pride event, and they're doing an interview real quick. She just came there just to observe. She didn't, like, attack anyone. She didn't argue with anyone. She recorded a lot of it. She actually made a really funny, like, shitpost video, being like, I love straight pride. I'm all about the straight allies. I love them so much. You know? So, yeah.
Hi, I'm doing great today. Yes.
Good. Are you enjoying the festival?
I'm having a great time at the festival, yeah.
Good. How does it feel to be used by the Democrats as a prop in the Idaho legislature to help mutilate children?
I don't think that that's necessarily what's happening, and I don't appreciate that.
Yeah. Like, the wording of the, like, it's so loaded. You have to, this is the problem. Like, she gets to say some easily quotable, like, she can say some quick bullshit lie, and it would take me a minute to describe, like, explain how all that's bullshit, because it's just like, it's just a talking point. It's just a bullshit talking point. So, like, let's hear the question again, and then I'll explain why it's bullshit, right? And why she, like, if you're in this situation, I don't feel bad. I don't blame her for not answering it, because this is such bad faith, like, vitriolic bullcrap coming from her.
By the Democrats as a prop.
Yeah.
Good. How does it feel to be used by the Democrats as a prop in the Idaho legislature to help mutilate children?
So, first off, she's trans. I'm trans. I would gladly go to any court hearing or anything like that to advocate for my fucking rights. So would she. There's no prop. It's not our fault that the only people that are willing to represent us and protect us from bigots like this loser is the Democratic Party. It's not us being used as props. We're literally just advocating for our right of bodily autonomy and what has been proven in the medical field to benefit people like me and her, right? And to mutilate children's genitalia. Once again, do you have a child? Are they a boy? Do you care about circumcision? Do you care about that? Do you care about the fact that intersex children, intersex babies, their genitalia is changed typically to be female so they fit into society without consent because a baby can't consent? Do you care about that? Do you care about, like, intersex children's genitalia being mutilated? Do you care about baby males' genitalia being mutilated? No, probably not. You probably don't give a fuck about that because it's not actually, this is a stupid, brain-dead, fear-mongering talking point to stoke fear and disgust within people to justify the removal of our rights.
I don't think that that's necessarily what's happening, and I don't appreciate that. No, I don't appreciate that question.
But that's what's happening, and you testified. on HB 252.
Can you give me some examples of
HB
genital
252.
mutilation on children?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
So, examples of genital mutilation. So, the
From
breast
Idaho.
removal
Yes.
from
No,
Idaho?
Yeah, that have
Oh.
happened to children.
Well, let's see. It's happened a couple times. You guys have testified.
Uh-huh.
We've seen it, and we saw you on
Right.
CNN.
Yeah.
And you have made yourself the prop in the state of Idaho. How does it feel?
She didn't make herself the prop. She just ended up becoming a figurehead in the movement for trans people. She's not a prop. She's a trans woman advocating for her rights. Like this is all bad faith, and this like the snarky smugness and the like vitriolic questioning, you know? How can anyone watch this and think it's good?
We've seen it, and we saw you on
Right.
CNN.
Yeah.
And you have made yourself the prop in the state of Idaho. How does it feel to be used by politicians? That's got to be very frustrating.
I don't think that I've been used by politicians whatsoever.
Well, I think you
I think
have.
that I've used my voice to speak for people like myself.
But you mutilated yourself underage. Correct.
I did not mutilate myself.
Well,
I went
you
through.
chose.
Well, okay, can I talk?
Sure.
Sure. Mutilation matters about the person and how they feel about it. Like, mutilation is a thing that someone's like, I was mutilated. Like, when you can say, oh, that person was mutilated, but if that person says, no, I wasn't, I consented to this and I'm okay with it, that's where the end of the mutilation talk happens. Because what matters is if the person that went through it actually feels like there was a mutilation or not. And once again, this is just spooky bullshit language.
Well, I
Well,
went
you
through.
chose.
Well, okay, can I talk?
Sure.
I did not mutilate myself. I actually went through a very rigorous process with a bunch of physicians, an incredible amount of therapists who were Republicans and Democrats, to be able to make a decision with my parents and with practically the entirety of the medical community in Boise.
Do you believe that people with anorexia should
my
have
God.
lap bands installed to like reduce their weight because it bothers them mentally?
Now,
What are we trying to reduce whenever there is medical intervention? We are trying to reduce harm. We are trying to alleviate harm with medical intervention. All of the studies show that anorexia is harmful because it's malnutrition and can lead to death. It is a disconnect from what someone's body type is based upon what they think it is. They see any ounce of fat or any little pudginess whatsoever, and they forcefully starve themselves because of it, because they're trying to meet a beauty standard, a ridiculous beauty standard. That is harmful. So we look and see what we can do to reduce the harm for people that have anorexia, so they do not end up killing themselves by starvation. Trans people have a discomfort of either their gendered expression or sexual characteristics that might be first or secondary, like phenotypical sex characteristics. How do we reduce the harm of that? Well, I think it was Idaho. Wait, let me go here while I look it up. Is that Idaho? Is it? Oh, it was Utah. My bad. Utah. Republicans had a meta-analysis done. They had a meta-analysis done. Utah lawmakers say that gender-affirming care is harmful to kids. Their own study contradicts that claim. So in the medical field, we're trying to reduce harm. And time again, study after study, oh, hey, baby. Study after study, meta-analysis after meta-analysis. It is proven that gender-affirming care for minors reduces harm. Right? I'm pretty sure it goes into detail how many. Utah among 27 states that have adopted. Where is it at? No, this article does not go into. It was literally like thousands of studies. Thousands of different studies that, like, they asked for this. Republican lawmakers asked for this. Where's the actual law? I had a, where's the actual study? I used to have it. Yeah. Very few care, like, actually get gender-affirming care. Even teens. More cis boys get breast reduction than trans boys get breast reduction. And cis boys don't have to go through the medical guidelines that trans boys have to go through. There's a gate that trans boys have to get over as a teen to be able to get breast reduction surgery. Right? Like this, it's all bullshit. It's all lies. The only thing, like, they can lie as much as they want, but everyone at this place, like everyone that advocates for anti-LGBTQ stuff, or like, oh, I'm not hateful, I just think we shouldn't support sin or degeneracy or mental illness or whatever you want to call it. It's always, they'll say, oh, we're trying to protect women from the bathrooms, when there's no study proving like the increase of harm to cis women from trans women in the same bathroom. There's no study proving that. Actually, it's the opposite. There's studies that show, like, if you put trans women in the men's bathroom, they will receive harm. Right? If you put trans men in the women's bathroom, they will receive harm. All of it's bullshit between the sports, the children, the bathrooms, all of it, everything, all of the evidence, everything you'll look up from a reputable source will prove that trans people are valid and trans rights are beneficial for the only thing that are beneficial for trans people. Same thing with any other, the LGB community.
I don't know anything about that. I will say that I do not consent to this, and I would not like this to be posted anywhere.
Oh, it's public. You're on public property.
Yeah, thank you.
So she's such an evil, wicked bitch that even when she says, I do not consent to this and I don't want it posted, she gleefully laughs and smiles and like, oh, you're on public property. It's public. I can record you and do whatever I want. She knows what she's doing. She's being a wicked asshole.
Yeah.
That's it.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that shit-eating grin. Does this person look happy? Do you know what bullies, like the big, why bullies are bullies? Miserable people being treated like shit by other people bully others because it's a way for them to feel like a little bit better. It's a little high. It's a little, this bitch is probably miserable as shit. She looks miserable as shit. Happy, glowing, on fleek, put together.
Now, I don't know anything about that.
Fucking miserable bitch. It's crazy. I don't know. I'm tired of this. But yeah, that's the Pride event. Let's just laugh again about like how literally nobody showed up. Yeah, like literally nobody's there. Where are all the people at? Why are straights not proud to be straight? I think I'm gonna end this segment, this little thing, by just saying Pride started at Stonewall. Stonewall was in New York, there were gay bars. There was inequality of being LGBTQ. So gay bars were raided by the police all the time. Stonewall started as a riot, a protest in response of government oppression. They were oppressing queer people, and it started out as a riot. So historically, and even currently now, we have a group of people within the nation, if not the government itself, saying you need to go back in the closet, you are barred from society, you will be arrested and targeted by police officers if you show your face. Right? Now we have more rights, but they're trying to rip them back. But we live in a society where people say you need to go in the closet. It should be illegal to be you. You need to be like the rest of us. And that is what Pride is all about. Pride is saying, no, fuck you. I'm going to be myself, and I don't give a shit because I'm proud to be me, and you will never shame me out of existence. You'll never shame me out of back into the closet. That is Pride. Pride is a response to bigotry. It should just be, if we lived in a sane world, it should just be, oh, you want to be called Samantha? I don't give a fuck. Okay. Oh, you're dating Timothy? That's cool, Jordan. I don't care. That's how it should, like, on it, like, oh, I'm so glad for you. I hope you guys work out. You know? I don't give a shit. Why do these people give a shit so much that they have to be vindictive assholes? They have to, like, be gleefully. They have to, like, be giddy about, like, how malicious and shitty they are being to someone with loaded bullshit questions, you know? No one has ever tried to make a law where it's illegal to be straight. No one has ever tried to make a law in America where it's illegal to be a Christian. You have the right to be a Christian. You have the right to be straight. You should not be able to force it upon other people, though. Right? Religion is different than someone's sexual orientation or someone's identity, their sense of self. There is nothing inherent to your identity when it comes to Christianity. That is a belief. It's not in your DNA. It's not programmed into your brain at birth. There's no medical evidence that people are just genetically Christian. Trans people have existed for millennia, way before Christianity even was thought of as a thing. Gay relationships have sexuality, like queer people in general. We've always existed. We always will exist. You're fighting nature. Get over it. You know? And that's about that. I think I'm gonna move you up here again, my lovelies. I'm gonna close this. And I think we're just gonna play some Helldivers again. There it is. Ah, that feels good. I don't know why I was born the way I was born. I don't know why I have this this feeling of discomfort when it comes to being seen, perceived, or having phenotypical characteristics of masculinity. What I do know, though, is it's been consistent my entire life, even before I knew what trans was. And the only thing that's ever alleviated those feelings is medically transitioning. Pillars of freedom. Okay. So here's the thing. I can either the game is going to be lagging weird. At least for me. For you guys it looks good, but like for me it kind of looks lagging weird. Wait, let me see how does it look like on stream? That's so weird. Alright. I'll just play on extra hard mode with the screen for me at least being kind of like laggy. On stream it looks fine for some reason. But on my actual screen it's kind of like knee. Yeah. Oh, scheisse. They're really shooting them off today.
The efforts of Helldivers across the galaxy are all that keeps the enemy from liberty's doorstep.
We'll do this one. I'm gonna have to solo this again. The last time I tried this was not good.
Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked.
Let's go, let's go. I can't play in these conditions. You're gonna have to see me be all laggy. I need to figure out what's the issue with my model and like the game playing at the same time. I need to figure that one out. It's maybe I just like play without a model on the screen. I don't know. It's probably just like a setting that I'm not aware of that I can change. I'm at 24 frames per second with my model, so I don't. Maybe I can maybe I can reduce Render. Oh. Maybe that'll do it. No, it's even worse. I have no idea. I have to figure this one out. I'll just do ultra. Yeah, I know my model is just like not having it. It's so funny. Uh, yeah, I'll figure this out sooner or later, but yeah, okay. Okay. I definitely need just a bunch of like boom boom big bang. I think that one's better. Get that. The dodge. And I definitely want as much health as I possibly can on this mission.
Launch initiated.
It is really hard to keep on streaming when you like know no one's watching. I guess. I don't know. It's oh no.
Deploying equipment package. Deploying support weapon.
Being a small person. Being a little nobody. Like, obviously you have to start somewhere, but I feel like some people have just been able to get an audience no problem. Oh man. No, 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 no. What are you doing? Oh my gosh. Why are you T-posing? No. Alright, I think there's enough goons around for me to shoot off this one. Yeah. Lol. Have fun with that. What the heck? Jeez. Jeez. Get away. You like kill them all? Like didn't kill any of them. What the heck? Oh, they probably like upped the difficulty because like we're defending the. No, 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 no. You get away. Get away from me now. Yeah, we're like trying to defend the place, so they're probably upping the difficulty. Yeah, kill him, kill him, kill him. Are you serious? The boy that everyone thought was a girl. That's such a bop of a song too. What do straight people do? Line dance. What do I do? What do oh yes. You might have got me, but I got you, boy. Let's go. Give me that. Give me that. Reload. Why is the big one having jump jet nowadays? What is going on? That is so not cool. How about you die, and you die, and you die, and all of you die? How about all of you just die, 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 die? You suck. You suck. I suck. Oh. Run away. Run away. This is not good. I'm only 34%. How many lives do I have left? 2? I don't think I'm gonna make it. Okay, let's yeah. You bot scum. You little jerk. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're trying to stab me, you know. Run away. Give me some space, bro. They all have jetpacks nowadays. I remember when the majority of them didn't have jetpacks. Why do like all the bots have jetpacks now? Who made that a thing? Why? Why? No. No. Oh man. I don't think I have 1 life left. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I don't think I'm gonna make it, guys. This is what happens when you try to solo a mission. Oof. Yeah, eat it. Just eat it. Eat. Ow. Jerkwad. I thought I thought I like did extra health. Why is it not do like it's supposed to like make like I have to take double shots. They probably up, like I said, they probably up the level of the world because and I have 1 health life, 1 left. Oh no. I shot a laser and it didn't do anything last time. Like it literally it didn't even hit any of them. It just stayed in the same place. There it goes. Thank you. I need the backup. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them. That's a big firework. Where did I die? Oh, there I died. Give me that. Give me that. my backpack. I need my dodge. I'm locking in now. I'm locking 68%, 0 lives. I'm locking in. We got this. I say that I'm like instant die now. No, 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 no. Nope. No. Stay away. Oh god. That'd be so funny if like I'm locked in there, locking in now and I step on the. That'd be no. Nope. Oh my goodness. Come on, dodge. Kill them. I'm trying to. There we go. Probably a bunch up there now. Yes. I don't have to hide. What the? Help me, dodge. Help me. Help me, boy. Help me. I could really use you right there. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's not my fault that Fatty McFatterton is in my way. He's not fat. He's just big boned. Quite literally, exoskeleton. No, 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 no. No, you do not. You better not explode. I hate it when those ones What are you even shooting at? Are you dancing? Which side are you on? I'm definitely on the not that guy's side. You're the one who killed me. I did my best. I suck at this. I'm so bad. Yeah. It'd be cool if I had someone else there, 'cause at least
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. I look forward to serving with you.
Oh, that one's just gonna get taken over completely. How many people there? 4,000 people playing it. That one doesn't even say because it's too high. I'll join someone else playing a mission. I'll join someone else's mission. How about that?
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Huh. Why is...
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital.
I'm also using a controller, which I probably should get good at not using a controller, but they
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat.
the controls for... Is this guy, like, actually gonna do the mission, or is he just standing there? This is why it's hard to, like, join a mission. Because they might not actually do the mission, or they just might kick you, you know? There we go. Finally. Bring the laser. Bring my gun. Bring the dodge. Bring the turret. Wait, are you guys not selecting a... Wait. Oh no.
Pod launch initiated.
Yikes. I think I have enough for this one mission, and then I'm gonna call it quits. Cause like this takes a minute. Like I don't want to stream further than 9 o'clock, and this is gonna probably go faster because I'm working with people, but oh, it's not gonna work. Where's my guard dog? Is it up? Oh my goodness, it's up there. How did it get up there? How did... Why? Whatever. Whatever. It's whatever. I'm gonna go blow up this place.
Northeast, 200 meters. Dropping a pin. Northeast, 200 meters.
Here I go, gonna blow people up, gonna kill... Wait. Oh, he's selecting the same place. No, stop. You two are going there. I'm gonna go this way then. I got this sneaky armor, so it's probably best for me to be alone. I'm pretty sure that's where we're gonna leave from. Oh my god. They're suicide bombers now. Like, they're all suicide bombers now. It's not fair. I just really suck at the game. I'm just really bad at the game. Where was I going? Oh yeah, there. I gotta get my gun back. They can't keep getting away with this. They fly up next to you knowing that if you shoot them, they explode. What the? Oh, I was like, what is that? Can you hear the... All that sound is fireworks, by the way. Where's my gun? There's my gun. Eat it. Did you just glitch out? Are you oh my I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm tired. There's no point. This would be like me out in the field. Like there's no point to any of this. We're all going to die. What is the point of living to fight for democracy when we don't even have democracy? Why am I out here on this winter hellscape fighting these mechanical assholes? Maybe we should allow diplomacy. Maybe diplomacy is good, actually. Instead of, like, trying to demand full conquer of everything. Like, we enslaved them. I think that's the Lord. Like, we enslaved the robots, the automatrons. What the heck is this? It's not even a base. They're just like a little outpost. And he blew up. And he blew up. Nerd. Oi. This is what this gun's great for. No, you don't get away. You... I'm the Wild West. Jim West. Low rider. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Do you guys even get the codes yet for the nuke? No, you didn't. You did not do that. You did not even get the codes for the nuke. Is that the shovel? Can I get the shovel? Oh, not that shovel. Slippery slidey. How do we do these better soloing than I do with like a team? How is that even a thing? Oh god. Reverse, reverse. I'm done. I'm just. I have to go to the bathroom. Now I can have my gun back. Yay. My dog is still. I still can't get my Dodge.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Did they? Am I literally the weakest link? Did they take care of everything while I was just dying a bunch? No. No. It's not even letting me do it. It's not even letting me do it.
I'm on the terminal.
I am really bad at this game, is what I just realized. I am really, really bad at this game. Or at least now.
I'm on it. I've got this one.
Calling down a sentry.
Just launched it. There's not even anyone here. Why are you coughing, bruh? Do 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 do. Yay. Give me what the heck? Yes. Beautiful. It's the blizzard. I can't even tell where it went.
Tagging map. Southeast. Far.
It's really funny because when I do a debate, like I get, like when I did the Israel debate Wednesday, I get like hordes of people coming at me being like, you should do the, I want to debate you. I want to debate you on Israel. I want to, it's like, I don't want to be just like stuck debating forever about Israel though, right? Like honestly, I'm not, that's not one of my, like I know how to argue in favor of my position, but I don't think I'm the best person to argue in favor of my position when it comes to Palestine and Israel, or like how Israel's government is in general. There are certain topics where I feel really comfortable arguing in favor for, and that is just not one of them. But it, like I said, it's really funny. Like, I do one debate and I get 20 different people being like, I want to debate you on that topic. I could beat you better than that person. And it's like, I don't know. I've had the debate a lot. I've debated that position a lot off camera, and there's not much of a difference. That person was at least a breath of fresh air because they were good faith. Unlike a lot of people, like the first person, like the guy freaking out. I wouldn't say he's like bad faith, but he definitely was he definitely was not hinged, you know. Like that person stayed, like we both stayed calm for the most part, and we said our points, and I think I got what I was trying to put across. Like the double standard, and like like the person even admitted that they were authoritarian. And I'm like, yeah, because it's authoritarian positions, you'd have to be authoritarian, which isn't. It's not a good thing to be. It's not. Bad things are bad, actually. From my point of view, bad things are bad, and authoritarianism is bad. Anything that I don't agree with is bad, from my subjective, you know, from my position. Wow.
Requesting orbital.
Engaging orbital laser. Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
I have had to go to the bathroom since the beginning of this mission, and I just want this mission to end so I can end stream, because holy moly. Whenever you like, a lot of people that don't do have never done this before, they get like really ass mad about like the chair. They get ass mad because it's like the chair review or something, you know, like the chair is just sitting there. But like if you're sitting in front of the camera, like I've been doing this for 3 hours now. What's the number? 4 hours. I've been doing this for 4 hours and 20 minutes. 420. Hell yeah. I've been doing this for like 4 hours and 20 minutes, and I have not gotten up to the bathroom. I've been sitting here doom scrolling with you guys and watching stuff and reacting to it and playing games now for 4 hours. Like, you gotta go to the bathroom, and if you don't have anything playing in the background, I can understand people will leave, right? If you don't have something to keep their attention, because people have like shitty attention spans, they will leave. They will just leave. They're just gonna be outie. Let me do this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they'll just leave, and oh, you joined. Very cool. At the last second. Very cool. Can I? No. What? That's not what I wanted. Let me do this, and now quit game. Then yes. Yeah. If you don't give people content to look at, they will just leave, and that's fine. That's fair. I get that. Whenever it becomes egregious of like you just sitting there watching someone else's content for like hours, and you don't like add any, like you add like 3 seconds, you know, like that's the issue right there. But like if you have to go to the bathroom and you run off to the bathroom real quick, I don't care about that, you know. It is insane the willpower that I have had to get through that last mission, you know. We're all just humans. But yeah, I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. I hope tomorrow has some better news. I was just gonna cover some good, fun stuff today, like the Madami stuff and the fireworks are going off again. The Mandami stuff and the straight pride. I was just gonna cover that, but then, you know, Hell World. So yeah, see ya next time, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. See you Monday. Actual outro. I am the Shy Doomer. If you enjoyed this stream, please like and subscribe. If you'd like to catch another stream, I stream on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Typically, 6 o'clock? Nope. Yeah, 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Sometimes I do it earlier, like this time. If you want to follow me on any social media, the link is in the bio to my link tree. It has all my social media.